Welcome everyone to our live stream. Hopefully you'll be able to see this in just a sec. All right, there we go. We are officially live. It is a horrible day for America. It is probably one of the worst days in our history. Because the Supreme Court of the United States just moments ago overturned Roe v. Wade. Now, if you're not familiar with Roe v. Wade, it is a Supreme Court decision from many, many years ago. We have things coming in. All right. Sorry, my producer here, Michael Martin, is coming in and handing me notes as we go along. I like it. I like him doing producer work. I love you, honey. So let's dive into this Roe v. Wade court case. So Roe v. Wade was a landmark decision in the United States Supreme Court in which the court ruled that the Constitution of the United States generally protects a pregnant woman's liberty to choose to have an abortion. The decision was argued on December 13th, 1971, re-argued October 11th, 1972, and decided January 22nd, 1973. So we're talking about a court case that is, what, like 50 years old at this point? For 50 years. Yes, it was decided 1971 through 73. Sorry, information is coming in as we literally speak. Yes, okay. So Roe v. Wade is a huge decision. Let's dive into this a little bit more. So they sort of build this entire court case as women's right to choose to have an abortion only. They said Roe v. Wade was all about abortion, pro-life or against life. That's how they phrase this. For 50 years now, they have been advertising in the longest and probably, I'm going to say with 99% certainty, the most expensive advertising campaign in human history. The most expensive. This cost hundreds upon hundreds of billions dollars. Like hundreds of billions of dollars with a B, okay, for their advertising campaign here. That's how much it cost them to overturn one court case from a political party in the Republicans, okay? So Republicans were saying in advertising for 50 years now that Roe v. Wade was all about saving children, to ensure that children could survive until they were, born, to ensure that women couldn't kill babies. That's what this was about for them. They sort of advertised this in a way to say, well, you're either, sorry, literally updates as we go. It's literally breaking news. So they sort of build this as you're either pro-life or you're for killing babies. That is the only two options for Republicans phrase this as. A lot of religious groups phrase this as you're either for killing babies or you're for saving kids. That's the only two options. Religious groups funded hundreds upon hundreds of Republicans over these 50 years to get this overturned. And they sort of won in their efforts. So the question becomes, in keep in mind, as one of our subscribers pointed out, saving children so that they can be shot in schools. That's not a far cry from the truth here. They literally, the Republicans for 50 years now have said this is all about saving children's lives, saving the kids, protecting them before they're born. Well, it sort of became a question among the Democrats of, okay, so you care about kids' lives up until they're born. But after they're born, if they're gay or transgender, you want them to commit suicide because Republicans for 50 years now have passed laws trying to push children to suicide. Our federal government, by the way, has been for 50 years now funding conversion therapy, pushing kids to suicide. And just this June, President Joe Biden passed an executive order that said we are no longer, as a federal government, going to fund conversion therapy pushing kids to suicide. That just happened this month, thanks to President Joe Biden. So, President Joe Biden has been the first president to really, stick up for LGBTQ rights besides President Obama, and even President Obama didn't go that far. So, we are really in a time when it's like, that just happened a week ago, was it? President Joe Biden signed that executive order, and then American public was like, wait, we were funding that this entire time? So, okay. So, this happens. Supreme Court is sort of left out of this situation because the Supreme Court of the United States, if you're not familiar, are 9 justices who are lifetime terms. So the only way you get in that position is not by being voted in by the American public, by the way. You get in by being a partisan judge. A partisan judge, okay? So you, as a judge, become part of 1 or 2 organizations on your party lines. The Republicans have theirs, Democrats have theirs. Different organizations of judges, Republican or Democrat controlled. And sort of you align yourself with the party and say that you are for this and you are against this, and that makes you advertisable to the Senate, right? Because the way you become a Supreme Court judge in the United States is by being appointed by the President of the United States, whoever that might be, and then you are voted on by the Senate of the United States. The Senate gets to decide if that appointment is confirmed or not, and then you become a lifetime appointment to the office of the Supreme Court of the United States. It's a high honor, well, at least it used to be a high honor, and so, oh, the thumbnail says a different thing. I'm sorry about that. Oh, see, that's how breaking news this is when you don't have spell check on. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. We will fix that in a coming second here. But, okay, so you get in this office by being a very partisan judge, telling the Senate and the President, here's what I am for, here's what I am against. And so when you become a Supreme Court justice, you're already partisan. They already know how you're going to vote on almost every single decision, right? Which is shameful. That you literally, your job is to decide if a law is constitutional. That is your job. It is meant to be the third branch of government to decide things. Okay? It is meant to be the third branch of government to say, whatever the president does, whatever the, in the executive branch, whatever the Congress does in the legislative branch, whatever they do, it is your job to make sure that it is legal for them to do that. And it is your job to decide big court cases. That is your job. It is not to be partisan. It is not to side with Republicans or Democrats. It is to literally be a decider of what is legal in the legislative branch and executive branch. To offer checks and balances to those branches. Now, for a long, long time now, that hasn't happened. And if you want to know why that hasn't happened, it's because basically Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell was in charge, and other people have been in charge of the U.S. Senate. So the United States House of Representatives passed laws like crazy, and they sent it to the Senate. In order to become a law, it needs to actually pass the House of Representatives, the Senate, and get voted on by the President of the United States. Right? So the President says, hey, I don't like this law, or I do like this law. If it is something he likes or they like, well then it's either vetoed. Thank you for putting that. I'm just changing our thumbnail for the video. Yeah, so that's the thing. Just change that. Thank you for pointing that out again. Very much appreciate that feedback. So here we go. All right, back on the track again. Sorry. So the Supreme Court gets in, they pretty much know how you're going to vote. And sadly in America, not a whole lot of laws have been passed in the U.S. House, Senate, and executive branch. They've been very partisan for many, many, many years now, not just with recent presidents. They've been trying to hold up things legally for many years, as much as they can in the legislative branch, which is the House and the Senate. Because they don't want to make decisions. They want to be on the sidelines. Because when it comes time for their re-election campaigns in 2 years, in 6 years, or whatever it is, they want to be able to say to their constituents, I never voted for that. I didn't decide that. They want to be able to be voted in over and over and over again with no challenge to that, so they don't make any decisions. Because if they made a decision one way or another, they would have to answer for that come election time, right? So they decide, hey, we're not going to make any decisions over here in the House or the Senate. We're not going to pass any laws besides really extremely popular ones, like answering to COVID. The whole reason why they answered to COVID so quickly was because basically the Republicans, their voter base is mostly older people who would have died from COVID-19. The younger Republicans might have survived, but they weren't as prominent in the Republican Party. The Democrats, on their side, all of their rich donors are all older, so the Democrats had something to lose in their money. So finally they did have an answer for COVID-19, but it was slow, a lot of people say, and it was only because their money and their voters were at risk. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have answered, right? But here's the thing. So they don't make a decision in the legislative branch, so there's nothing for the Supreme Court to really say yes to. There's nothing for the Supreme Court to decide whether it's legal or not, because there's nothing being given to them by the other two branches. I mean, the president has executive orders that they're giving, but that's not too hard of a job for the Supreme Court to decide. So basically, everything comes down to their decisions on court cases. And what the Senate figures out is if they don't act on something, if they don't pass a law on something, eventually a court case will happen. Eventually a court case will make its way to the Supreme Court of the United States, and the Supreme Court will be the ones to decide this. And because Supreme Court members are partisan, they pretty much know how they're going to vote. And because they're partisan and a lifetime commitment, they can't get voted out. So they're the bad guys over in Supreme Court. Meanwhile, the House and the Senate get reelected over and over and over again because they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't make a decision, right? What? But, sorry, just reading comments. So the Supreme Court is very partisan and lifetime commitments. Those are the two problems with the Supreme Court. So basically, the Senate knows if they can pack the Supreme Court with their own members on their side, they can pretty much decide how any court case is going to work out. Now, sometimes that has not worked out to their favor, and sometimes Supreme Court justices have been partisan up until the point they're in office, and once they were in office, they actually did their jobs properly, and they followed the law to the letter. Other times, and many times, they don't do that. They're very partisan no matter what. They find different laws, they find different ways to phrase things to say, hey, here's how I'm siding, even though everyone knew that before they even started the court case, right? So nowadays, most things are decided in the Supreme Court of the United States, okay? So if you go back to 2003, this court case, so let me actually look up. This court case between Lawrence v. Texas goes to the Supreme Court. Lawrence v. Texas is this court case, and Texas is arguing that Texas argues it is not legal to be gay or transgender in the United States of America. Lawrence, the other side of the court case, argues that it is unconstitutional to lock someone up and arrest them for being lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, and so on. Well, in this landmark case, the Supreme Court of the United States decides in a 6-3 decision, by the way, that it is completely legal to be gay, and it is illegal to arrest someone for sodomy, making same-sex sexual activity legal in every state in the United States territory. 3 people voted against that, by the way. Just want to point that out. It was 6-3. It was not unanimous. 3 people said it was still illegal to be gay or transgender in the United States of America as of 2003. That was that was 19 years ago. 3 people still on the Supreme Court of the United States voted that it was still legal to arrest someone for being gay or transgender. But luckily, 6 of those Supreme Court justices, in the very partisan Supreme Court at the time, decided, no, it's completely legal and it violates constitutional law to arrest someone for being LGBTQ. So it is only thanks to the Supreme Court of the United States decision in 2003 between Lawrence v. Texas that we are able to be a free person, that I am able to be a free gay man to live in this country without being behind bars. That is the only reason I am able to be free man right now. Before Lawrence v. Texas, it was completely legal for police to raid your personal home, even if you did not do any public indecency or anything like that. Even if you didn't have a TV show like I do, it was completely legal for them to come into your home and arrest you for what you did in private between you and your boyfriend. That was completely legal before 2003. So Lawrence v. Texas was a huge landmark case for us. Then, years later, in 2015, another case comes up between Overturning v. Hodges. All right? So Overturning v. Hodges is this case that basically says how it's decided is that, let me actually look up how many Supreme Court. So Overturning v. Hodges, let me get to the actual decision here. All right, how many people voted against it? 5-4. Okay, June 26th, 2015, the decision came out for Obergefell v. Hodges. One of the sides was arguing that it is completely unconstitutional to stop LGBTQ people from getting married. And before this, you only had like civil unions and, partnerships for life. But this case was about marriage itself, marriage licenses. One side was arguing it is unconstitutional to keep LGBTQ people from getting a marriage license. The other side was saying, we shouldn't allow LGBTQ people to get married because that would end in horrible things, right? Whatever they wanted to say. So, on June 26, 2015, Obergefell v. Hodges comes down with a 5-4 decision. 4 people in 2015 on the Supreme Court, some of which are still in office, by the way, voted against our right to marry and said it was unconstitutional for LGBTQ people to get a marriage license. 5 people luckily said that we have the right to marry. This is against the Constitution of the United States of America. LGBTQ people should be allowed to get married. So we've only been able to be free people since 2003. We've only been able to be married since 2015. We are talking recent history in many of our lifetimes. We are talking less than 20 years of freedom. We are talking less than 6 years of marriage freedom. And here comes here comes Roe v. Wade. Okay? So what you should know also is that Roe v. Wade was one of many court cases that were up for the Supreme Court this week. What happens this week is the fact that, so the Supreme Court has many, many decisions that they make during a certain time span. Before they go on vacation this next couple months, because they go on vacation a lot. It's a lifetime appointment and you get to go on vacation like all the fucking time. So, they're going on vacation again as of tomorrow. There's another note for me coming in. Wow. Okay. Yeah, oh my god. Wow, okay. Thank you, Michael. So the Supreme Court goes on vacation tomorrow, and there's a lot of decisions due before they go on vacation, right? Some of them this past week, they had to publish them legally on Tuesday or Thursday of this week. All of a sudden, and they decide a lot of them before that, they're just publishing them now, right? So a lot of them get published beforehand. One of them was about gun rights in America, and they sort of just, after all of the mass shootings in America happened, I mean, we're talking about hundreds of mass shootings this year so far. By the way, I want to point out that as far as mass shooting goes, we are completely on the side of, protecting kids' lives on that, powered by rainbows. We are here for the education of LGBTQ people, but we cannot educate people unless they're alive. So we are completely for, controlling gun control in some way to stop mass shootings, okay? Because that, along with mental health, are the real problems, okay? So, basically, you have a huge influx of mass shootings happening in America right now. And it is not safe to be in school. It is not safe to be in a mall, a movie theater. It is not safe to go outside right now in America because so many mass shootings are happening. And you never know where the next one's going to be. A lot of people say, well, oh, this will never happen in my town. This will never happen in my... Until it happens in their town, okay? The whole reason, and mass shootings are defined as, 4 or more people dying. The whole reason why they say that and that definition exists that way, is because the NRA made that. The National Rifle Association controlled how that definition was worded, because they didn't want to say 4 more people getting shot, because that would happen so more, because the definition would be so broad then that way there would be way more mass shootings, you know? But they said 4 or more people had to die. Well, why did they say 4? Well, it turns out if you do the math and you research things and you realize if they said 3 or more, the number of mass shootings would more than double in our country. Because a lot of shootings happen when only 3 people die. But the NRA said, no, let's make it 4 just to make that number lower. Just to make it seem like it's better than it actually is. So we have a huge problem in America. And just this past week, the Supreme Court of the United States decided in another landmark decision that they're going to allow more people to have guns constitutionally. That was another decision, which is just the opposite of what we needed in America. But they decide they're going to allow more people to have guns. And I'm tired of this happening. I'm tired of the Supreme Court being able to be titled with landmark case. Another landmark case happened. Why are they able to have landmark cases? They should be a completely side organization that just keeps the other 2 legislative and executive branches in check. They're a checks and balance system, and suddenly we keep having to refer it to their decisions as landmark decisions. You know why that is? Because they're the ones actually making the freaking laws in our country. They're the ones actually passing things. The legislative branch made it that way so that the Supreme Court people are the bad people. They're the bad guys all the time. They're the ones that actually pass this, not us. Vote for us again. We're the good guys. We didn't make any decision at all. Everything on the Supreme Court right now is a landmark decision over and over and over again. So this past week, they opened up the gun laws and they said, you know what? More people deserve guns. More people deserve AR-15s. Because that's the answer to gun control, and that's the answer to mass shootings. And so this question becomes, and it only recently became a question of the Democrats, by the way, of, hold on a second. So the Republicans, who for 50 years now have been spending hundreds of billions of dollars pushing for Roe v. Wade to be overturned, hundreds of billions of dollars on one court case to be overturned. Why? Why do they care about kids' lives so much when after they're born, if they are gay or transgender, they've been passing laws to restrict our rights? If they're another race besides white, they've been passing laws to restrict their rights. If they've been sticking up for everything else besides their rights. If after they're born, they do nothing to protect children in mass shootings. They do nothing to protect the next mass shooting from happening. They're glad to take NRA contributions to their campaigns. So why do Republicans care so much about lives of children when they have no other evidence to support this? At no other point in a child's life do they actually care about their education, because education is horribly underfunded. College tuitions are through the roof, and there's nothing to control that. There's nothing to protect kids from poverty. There's nothing to protect kids from starving to death, because believe it or not, America has one of the worst records in a first world country of hunger in America. So there's no other evidence to support that Republicans care about kids' lives other than Roe v. Wade. So the Democrats this past week have started to ask the question of, well, why do they care so much about this when they don't care about anything else? Once you're born, it seems like they don't really care about you at all. So they protect you up until the point you're born. Why? And why spend so much money on this? Well, it turns out Roe v. Wade is not about abortion at all. That was just a front. So this entire time, Roe v. Wade has been, Texas announced that it might secede from America, which is completely unconstitutional, completely something we should fight back on, even though there's some in the country that think, you know what, just let them go. But sadly, there are still good people in Texas that would be affected, so, you know, they've tried before, and they failed miserably in the Civil War. But I, for one, believe we're headed towards the second Civil War, so that's a fun little thought in the back of my head. But now it's on Joe Biden to pack the Supreme Court. He needs to do it to stop the right-wing reign of terror. Completely right, Michael. That's my boyfriend, by the way. Love him to bits. He's in the comments. But, okay, so here's what's happening. Because you have to understand the two sides of this. Okay, so as far as abortion goes, 13 states in the United States currently have what are called, quote, trigger laws that go into effect if Roe v. Wade is overturned, which it just was an hour ago. So what that means is basically abortion, they had in the books a law that said as soon as the Supreme Court of the United States passes and overturns Roe v. Wade, we will automatically, that very minute, do the same thing. So abortion is now illegal as of an hour ago in 13 states in the United States of America. Completely illegal. Louisiana has already announced that a trigger law is now in effect banning abortion. Many other states are expected to follow in that. Other trigger states include Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, South Dakota, and North Dakota. The states likely to ban include Florida, Idaho, Nebraska, and Montana to come in the next week or two. They have already passed stuff for this effect. So you have to understand a couple things. First off, there's a reason why they've always said pro-life or against life. There's a reason why they chose the phrasing pro-life. It's to get you to think that abortion and Roe v. Wade was all about protecting life. Who in their right mind would be against life? Who in their right mind would be for murdering children? That's the way they phrased it for years in the advertising. What Roe v. Wade really does, though, is nothing about abortion. I mean, yes, it does do things for abortion, obviously, but what? Yeah, we've already had a civil war, but I mean, between the Trump cult and, you know, Americans that want to save our country and the, you know, diehard liberals, you have three different parties right now that, you know, are very much heading towards a second civil war. But you have to understand, abortion was a trigger for everything else. The Republicans knew it years and years ago. They knew it 50 years ago. Because what it does is Roe, I'm getting my court cases messed up. Roe v. Wade, what it does is it gives the right to the states. He does two main things. It gives the rights to the states for everything. And it says the federal government basically doesn't have federal power anymore. It gives the rights to the states to decide what they want to do. It basically says that the states know their state better, so they can better decide what their constituents or their citizens want better. The problem with that is, for states in the middle of our country that are very red, you're going to see a whole bunch of states being controlled by Republican governors, House and Senate, without really any objection, without any fight from the Democrats, because the Democrats can't take power, they can't take control. It's been years since they've been able to do that in many of these states. You're going to see states like New York, California, and those kind of states, very democratic states. They have power with the Democrats, and Republicans have not been able to get control of those states in many, many years as well. So you're going to have a very partisan country, more than it already is, by the way. That basically, now you have a Supreme Court saying the states should control more of what the states want. The federal government doesn't have near as much power as it did 2 hours ago. So now the states have more power, more control over everything. It gives the decision to the state to control more. And the reason why this is horrible is because now the Civil War was not about states' rights. It was about slavery, and it was about racism. Problem is, in states like Texas, you still have very diehard racism. In our country, you still have diehard racism, even though in our country you have lots of people going, oh, we shouldn't teach our children about, critical race theory, even though that doesn't actually apply to any middle, elementary, or high school. That only applies to legal scholars in Harvard. But whatever. They don't want to teach kids that racism exists because racism does still exist, and they're racist people. They don't want to teach kids that racism exists because basically it would allow the kids to figure out their parents are one of those racist people. Anyway, so what we're getting to the LGBTQ side of this very quickly. So states have more power to control things then. And so in states like Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, these states that are like southern states or middle of the country states, flyover states, they're going to have a lot more power to decide everything. And see, the problem with that is they've already pushed for anti-LGBTQ bills. They've already pushed against human rights in many different aspects. And so now you're giving power to them to do pretty much anything they want on their own without federal regulation oversight. Because again, Roe v. Wade gives that power to the states and says the federal government doesn't know as well as the states do. It gives that decision to the states. And so you're going to see a plethora. We've already hit over 300 anti-LGBTQ bills across the country, proposed in states across the country. Over 300 this year so far. That's the most anti-LGBTQ pieces of legislation ever proposed in United States history in 1 year. And we've done that by June. We're only 6 months into the year so far. What you're about to see are probably hundreds upon hundreds of more. Because now states have more rights. Federal government's not as powerful as it was 2 hours ago. So that's one of the things. Second thing is it overturns a previous court case. And that is something that has never happened in our lifetimes. The last time, I'm going to get my facts right here. Let me quick search this. The last time, the last case to be overturned from the Supreme Court of the United States happened in 1810. We're talking more than 210 years ago. 212 years. Is that correct? I believe so. I'm sure our producers are looking it up right now. Yeah, that looks like to be the sorry, 1989. Sorry, yeah, that's the last one. No. Okay. So anyway, it's been a long time since a decision from the Supreme Court has been overturned. Why do we have an Apple computer? Because Apples are better for what we do in video production. So anyway, and secondly, how do you know I have an Apple? Anyway, so the problem with this is it sets a precedent. This is the first time in many, many years, decades, if not centuries, that, oh, I heard you're typing, okay. Gotcha. So the last time this has happened was many years ago, and Supreme Court overturned some parts of FDR's New Deal in 1937. He then tried to add 15 judges. That's actually the way that we could actually control this is by President Joe Biden just packing the court with more justices on our side. Because again, you have to realize this is a very partisan judicial branch. So there's a certain number of Republicans, certain number of Democrats, and they're going to vote a certain way no matter what, pretty much at this point, because they're so partisan and they're so indoctrinated into that, like, this is how I'm going to vote by the time I get in order to get in. So, yeah, we could pack the court with more judges to fill it with more Democrats, but then the fear, I guess, of the Democrats is when a Republican gets in, they just pack the court with more Republicans then at that point, you know? And it just keeps going back and forth until we have 1,000 judges, you know? But in 1937, there was, according to one of my producers, parts of the New Deal overturned. So 1937, okay? So 1937 is the last time that something was overturned. The problem with Roe v. Wade is it overturns it now. And so it sets this precedent that basically is the fear of many different organizations, including ours. Because remember from earlier in our conversation, the only reason we are able to be free people in the United States as a gay person, myself, is because of Lawrence v. Texas in 2003. The only reason I'm able to legally marry my soon-to-be husband, Michael Martin, is because of Overvell v. Hodges in 2015. And so all of the rights that I have as a human being in the United States of America are thanks to court cases of the Supreme Court of the United States, not because of the legislator that I pay, that I vote for as a taxpayer and as a constituent. No. It's not even because of my president that I have these rights, which I vote for and pay as a taxpayer and a citizen. And so nothing is safe anymore. As of an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Michael says it would require congressional approval. Biden said he's against it to pack the court, but it would politicize the court. I'd argue that it's already politicized with McConnell stealing the nomination from Obama. Yes, so if you're not familiar, when President Obama was in office, he put in the last year or so of his presidency, I believe a Supreme Court justice died or retired, and so they put in the President of the United States, Obama, appointed someone for the job, named, I forget his name, but anyway, he appointed a man for the job, and the Supreme Court decided to block that nomination to the Supreme Court because they said, Obama was in his last year of his presidency, so he had no right to do this, even though he very much had the right to do that constitutionally. So they blocked it just so that way a Republican in the next election could be the one to actually, put in their nomination instead. So Mitch McConnell, Senator Mitch McConnell, blocked a nomination and said that even if Mayor Garland, thank you, Garland, said that even if a Democrat wins in 2016, I believe it was, 2016, even if Democrat wins, Mitch McConnell said he would block any nomination for the entire 4-year term of that president because he wants to pack the court of the Supreme Court of the United States. There's a reason why the Senate, there's a reason why Mitch McConnell wanted to pack the court with his partisan people, and this was the reason. Plain and simply, this is what he wanted all along. The Supreme Court just played into Mitch McConnell's hand. It's insulting to see the seat once occupied by Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a diehard liberal, diehard fair person. She voted against liberal things sometimes, and but mostly she was very, very liberal, and was replaced by Amy Coney Barrett, a very diehard Republican. So that is the way Mitch McConnell works. He replaces them with his own people that are very much groomed up until that point to vote a certain way. So Amy Coney Barrett just voted for Roe v. Wade in this same exact way that Mitch McConnell thought that she would vote. And it really is a dumpster fire. You're right about that. Merrick Garland is the current U.S. Attorney General for President Joe Biden. So thank you for that, Michael. Our producer is on. Man, I'm going to kiss him so hard after this stream. Anyway, thank you, Michael. Now, I want to preface this because we are lucky that I personally live in Pennsylvania with my boyfriend. And so in Pennsylvania, we still have a state court decision that says that we are still able to marry. So even if Overveld v. Hodges is overturned federally, I still have the right to marry my boyfriend Michael in Pennsylvania. But that marriage would no longer be valid across the country like it is right now. I just want to stress, a lot of people think that LGBTQ people are so free. What are we complaining about? Why do we want equal rights when we already have such and such? We have the right to marry because of Supreme Court decision. It is not a law. And because it is not a law in the United States that we can marry, it can be overturned at any moment, just like Roe v. Wade just was. Because our right to live freely and not be imprisoned for being gay or transgender, that is a Supreme Court decision as well. So that can be overturned at any moment, just like Roe v. Wade just was. We like to say that United States is land of the free, home of the brave. We don't have brave people in our Senate. We don't have brave people in our Supreme Court. Because look at what they just did. Okay? So they were legally allowed to release their decisions on Tuesday or Thursday of this week. They decided on their own that they're going to add Friday as another decision day. The only decision they waited for to release was Roe v. Wade. Everything else was decided and was released on Tuesday or Thursday. And so the Supreme Court people, the Supreme Court justices, which are very partisan judges, again, I want to stress that, they decided to add an extra day on Friday, right before they went on vacation. For a long time, by the way. So right before they go on vacation, they have one more day to release one more decision, and they only left one. Roe v. Wade. Why? Why did they leave Roe v. Wade for the final day they're in office? Well, it's because they knew what was coming. They also, weirdly enough, on top of all of this week, they added that they suddenly got Secret Service and National Guard protection. Weird. For the first time in a long, long time, SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States, has Secret Service and National Guard protection. They also added 8-foot-high barricades outside of Supreme Court offices all the way around. Weird. It's almost like they know something's coming. And so you didn't even need to read Roe v. Wade. You didn't need to hear that they overturned it. You knew what was coming already. They knew what was coming already. They knew riots were going to happen. They knew protests were going to happen. And they didn't want to be around for it. As Michael pointed out earlier, probably they had some of their staff do it while they're on vacation. They're already gone. That's probably true. The worst part was they were complaining all week long how Roe v. Wade advocates and probably some far-right extremists who just like to see the world burn, graffitied and protest at these Supreme Court justices' homes near Washington, D.C. And it's like, so you're a Supreme Court justice. You chose to be in this high of a power, to be in this public of an office, and you're deciding how hundreds of millions of people live their lives every day. You are the 9 people who actually control this country. Not the president, not the legislator, not the hundreds of people that we vote for, not the 50 senators that we vote for. No, sorry, the 100 senators we vote for. You're not the 100 senators we vote for. You're not the hundreds of representatives we put in office to represent us in the government. You're not the president of the United States. You're not the vice president. No, none of them people really control it because everything they do is controlled by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not a checks and balance anymore. It is the power. It is the higher power. So 9 people get to decide how hundreds of millions of people live. Texas just announced abortion is illegal as of 32 minutes ago. So that's another thing. Thanks, Michael. Just turn the knife. For years, I have wondered. You're a very public official. You put yourself in this position, and then you want to complain that these people are mad at you? You want to complain that, not every decision you make is popular. Because a majority of Americans wanted Roe v. Wade to be kept. A majority of Americans, even with the hundreds upon hundreds of billions of dollars they spent to overturn Roe v. Wade, a majority of Americans, something like 60 or 70% of Americans, still wanted abortion to be legal, still wanted Roe v. Wade to stay in place the way it was. Even with all of that investment. So a majority of Americans did not like and did not agree with the decision that was made today by the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court made that decision anyway. And they waited until they were on vacation to make that decision, to release that information. They decided to put 8-foot barricades outside of their offices. They decided to have National Guard and Secret Service outside to protect themselves because they knew a majority of Americans did not want them to make this decision this way. They knew what they were going to do was going to be unpopular. And they did it anyway. All I'm saying is a couple things might be happening. You're going to see a lot of hell for the next couple weeks. Wow. Okay. And the Texas Attorney General declared June 24th, which is today, a state holiday for his office. Wow. Wow. Oh, that is very scummy. Like, why aren't we allowing Texas to secede? Like, do we really want them anymore? Besides the good people in their state, right? But, okay. What you're going to see in the coming little bit here are a couple things. First off, you're going to see more and more minorities moving to areas like New York or California, or states that are going to be more liberal and more fair. You're going to see that because these Republican states are going to try to use every bit of power the Supreme Court just gave them and discriminate as much as they possibly can. There is no higher authority anymore. Supreme Court just gave them all the power they want. So you're going to see that. And that's kind of what they wanted too. There was a reason why these religious groups wanted this. Well, there's a reason why these Republicans wanted this, because then they can control their states. And see, the thing is, if you give more power to the states, then more minorities are going to move to more liberal states, and more conservatives are going to move towards more conservative states. And so you have a very polar opposite country, right? And you still have the same population of minorities. You still have the same population of, straight white men, right? You still have the same population, but just now in different areas of the country. And if you can get more LGBTQ people, more African Americans, more Chinese Americans, more so on and so forth, if you get more minorities to move to the cities like Los Angeles, New York City, San Francisco, so on and so forth, if you can get them to move to California and New York, suddenly, and weirdly, Electoral College comes into play. Because Electoral College says that every state has a certain amount of power to elect a president. It's not just by the popular vote. And so California and New York would only have so much say. So even though they would be, in this scenario, more populated than ever before, they would only have so much say. Tennessee, Alabama, Texas, these southern states would have more say, but even more of a control for Republican side. So I guess the hope is to, in that situation, to have more Republican presidencies. I once saw a study that studied the past, so many presidents of the United States, and the popular vote of the people said that the Democratic candidate for president should have won about 70% of the time, but in reality it was more like 50% of the time they actually won, because the Electoral College and because these Republican states had more control than they should have had. So that's a problem. But anyway, what the Supreme Court also just did, as if that wasn't bad enough, you would think, okay, in a landmark decision of Roe v. Wade, you essentially, just in 1 week, the Supreme Court not only overturned a landmark decision, which means it gives way more power to the states, and basically said any other decision the Supreme Court ever made in the history of the United States is not safe anymore. No decision. Because of this. You also had a Supreme Court this week that said, you know what, more people can buy AR-15s. And let's open up those gun laws so that anyone can buy a gun. That's what the Supreme Court said as well. Because we already have more guns than people in this country. Not to mention the fact that the leading cause of death for children now is gun violence. The leading cause of death for children. That should never happen in any country, let alone a first world country. And to be honest, I don't even know if we can be considered a first world country anymore in America. Like, we keep advertising ourselves as land of the free, home of the brave. We don't have brave people in our offices. And we barely have our freedoms because they're hanging by a thread at this point. So are we really the best country in the world? Are we really? Like, we have the best military. We help a lot of other countries have their freedoms. We help a lot of other countries solve their problems, like we're helping Ukraine right now solve their problems with Russia. Yeah, that's true. We are a fantastic country for doing that. There is no question on that matter. We are a fantastic country for helping other countries gain their freedoms, gain their democracies, and keep their land. We are a fantastic country for that. We are the reason why the United States is a big reason why we won World War II. But you know what? Like, we're turning into not the greatest country on any other scale. Education, gun rates, gun violence, like with gun rates there, with educate, with like every other metric. Like, we are so backwards. Like, a lot of our people are going hungry. Homelessness is a big problem in our country because having a roof over your head is not a human right in our country. You have a ton of problems, and they're adding more. Thanks, And yeah, LGBTQ rights are next. There's no question about that. That's what the Republicans have been after for years. Like, it's sad because Michael and I have just spoke last night about the grim reality that we might have to move out of our country because of Roe v. Wade. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but I love living here, but the sad reality is we might have to move out. If something happens where suddenly freedom of speech is no longer allowed in our country, being LGBTQ is already a target for Republicans, but being an LGBTQ educator, like I am, I'm viewed by Republicans as a groomer. I'm viewed by Republicans as someone who pushes kids to be gay or transgender. The truth is, I just educate you on what these words mean. I just educate the world on things left out of the classroom, but I am a huge target for Republicans. I'm a huge target for neo-Nazis, which is why we have fortifications here. Like, I'll talk about it in next week's episode a little bit. We have a documentary coming out called Being a YouTube Content Creator. That's coming out next week. But I talk about like how hard it is to live here, like how expensive it is for our security measures. Just because I'm an educator, I try to help kids. Like, you think about all the people that like I've saved their life and stuff online, and then you realize there's people out there who want to kill me for doing that. So it's a hard reality. It's a grim reality, but I might have to move for what I do. And even if I stop doing this tomorrow, I'm still a target. I did this in the past. The videos I publish are still evidence that I did this. And I helped people. So I'm a huge target. And we had to talk about that. And we both agreed that if it comes to that, we'll have to move to a more accepting country. But as if that wasn't bad enough, just yesterday, the Supreme Court released another decision on their landmark decisions this week that ruled that any state-funded tuition assistance programs could be used for religious schools, signaling a hard right shift of Supreme Court. Okay, so you've heard about them trying to ban LGBTQ books. You've heard about them trying to ban racist books. Sorry, racism books. Wrong word. You've heard about that, right? So, if you're not familiar, we have episodes on our channel about this. But they've been trying to ban books and education across the country for many years now. Especially in the past year or two. More nominations and letters have been received by the American Library Association this year than in any other year combined to ban more books this year. One of those books, one of the math textbooks that Governor Ron DeSantis banned in every school of Florida this year, was a math textbook that simply had, it was full of math problems, and on the side of the page, they sometimes, on different pages of this textbook, they had pictures of very famous mathematicians. One of those mathematicians, they pointed out, was the first African American to ever receive a doctorate degree from a university in mathematics. Huge accomplishment. No question about that. But they banned this textbook because it showed that this African American was the first African American to get a college degree and a doctorate on mathematics, which they didn't have a problem with that fact. They had a problem with the fact, Governor Ron DeSantis had a problem with the fact that it showed, we might have been racist before that African Americans weren't allowed to go to college before he actually got this degree. It might show that we're racist. Oh no. That was their mentality, that they don't want kids to know that racism existed in our country before this point. Like, what? How is showing a picture of a mathematician gonna show a kid that, oh, racism exists in our country? Like, it's a stretch even for our age people at 30 years old, you know? Let alone that age. But we have a system that Republicans have been trying to push for years. Because Republicans, keep in mind, have been funded by far-right extremists. They've been funded by churches. They've been funded by horrible, horrible people. They've been funded by churches who basically, homophobes think they can get away with anything on our channel. Anyway, yeah, we have an LGBTQ safe space here, so goodbye. Anyway, so religious groups have been funding Republican campaigns for many, many years, thinking that they're going to get what they want, which eventually they have here. Because they knew it would pay in dividends. So, keep in mind, in our country, we have, yes, separation of church and state, where, you know, the state is not supposed to be controlled or influenced by churches, any religious organization, because there's supposed to be this separation. That was the whole point why we separated from Great Britain, back when we founded our country. That was the whole reason. Separation of church and state was the whole reason why we separated from Great Britain. But yet, here we are in America, and religious groups have a lot of power over our government for years now. And they're able to tell, they were able to basically control how the government worked with, sodomy laws and trying to keep LGBTQ people illegal and illegal to marry. Like, all of that was the church trying to control how the government worked. Even though, I am turning 30 this weekend on Sunday. So I'm 29 right now, but my birthday is like literally a couple days, 2 days away. I turn 30. No, sorry, not this weekend. July 3rd, I turn 30. July 3rd, next Sunday. I get my weeks mixed up because when we're working on an episode, it's literally like next week's episode. So I keep thinking like this weekend is that. No, it's actually a weekend from now. But churches have been funding things for many years, trying to control how the government works, and we should have separation of church and state. Churches, George W. Bush lost the popular vote in 2000, and Trump lost the popular vote in 2016, but both won the electoral college vote. So there you go. Insert creative username here. Happy Pride Month, guys, gals, and Lovecraftian Hars. Well, thank you so much for the super chat. We love super chats. Super chats help us fund our education here at Power of Rainbows and provide weekly LGBTQ education to over 6 million students worldwide. We love that, so thank you. Until we have to move because our government is horrible. And in that case, super chats help us move to a safer space to do that. But no, here in America, the whole reason why they've been trying to get rid of books, get rid of certain parts of education, yeah, there are reasons. There were reasons why they were trying to do that, such as, Ron DeSantis was trying to dumb down the American public so that way, he would have more power in the coming years, because the less your constituents, the less your voters can research things and be educated, the easier it is for your political party to get elected without any question, right? But the main reason why they're trying to do that all is school choice, right? So they're trying to make it so that every American has the choice to go to any school they want to. Now, on the surface, again, this looks like a Roe v. Wade situation of how could you be against kids surviving? Do you want to murder children? Like, it becomes one of those questions of how could you dare be against an American parent having the choice to send their child to this school or that school? How could you be against such an American right? How could you be against a freedom like that of a parent to be able to decide what school their child went to? How could you be against that? Truth is, the reason why you should be against that is because school choice funds all of these hate groups. Now let me explain that, okay? So, if we had school choice in our country, basically any parent would be able to decide, I don't want to go to this public school because this public school teaches my kids that racism existed in our country. I don't want to send my child to this school because this public school teaches that gay people exist. They say the word gay. How dare they? This other school teaches that transgender people are completely valid and normal, that you're able to question your gender and it's perfectly fine. How dare they? Well, I mean, that's what we teach here at PBR. But they're able to say, I don't like this school because of X, Y, Z, any reason at all. It doesn't have to be racism. It doesn't have to be LGBTQ rights. Whatever reason it is that you don't want your child to go to this specific public school, it means that you as a parent are allowed to then decide any other school you want to go to. So you can decide, well, I want to go to this religious school that teaches the way I want my kids to be taught. And so it allows them to teach very wrong things. There's a lot of religious schools out there that don't teach that the Civil War was about racism. They don't teach that concentration camps existed in the World War II, because that's a grim reality of World War II, that millions of people have been murdered. They don't want to teach that part because that's bad to teach kids, you know. They don't teach how being gay is not a sin in any major religion of the world. They don't teach how being transgender is not a sin in the eyes of any religion of the world. They don't teach that being transgender is completely valid according to science and biology. They don't teach those things because parents don't want them to. Well, their parents don't want them to. So right now, these churches are funded by the people that go there. They are funded by tuition. So when you decide, I don't want my kid to go to this public school anymore, you then have to pay a private school to send your kid there. And so right now, these churches and private schools are being funded by the parents that send their children there. And so they want to appeal to these parents a lot by teaching the kids whatever the parents want them to be taught. Now, the problem with that is, first off, it indoctrinates the kids to a certain way of, this is the only way. It does not teach them the truth most times. And it teaches these kids that there's no other option. But it also allows history to repeat itself, because the only way to prevent history from repeating itself is knowing history in the first place. So, for instance, these private schools don't teach you that George Washington, our first ever president, was a gay man. They don't teach you Abraham Lincoln was queer. They don't teach you that America was not actually won as a country. The American Revolution was not won by George Washington himself. It was won by a Prussian military man, a gay man named Baron Friedrich von Steuben, and an intersex individual named Casimir Pulaski. Those are the two men who actually won the American Revolution for us, by the way. And their teachings are still in the military code books of the United States of America to this day. So thank you, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a gay man, and thank you to Casimir Pulaski, an intersex individual. So both of those people are not even in the textbooks, not even in the history books of private schools, because the private schools don't want to teach you that LGBTQ people existed before 1950. That would be bad for them, because then if LGBTQ people existed before 1950, suddenly it's not a choice for you to be gay. It's not a choice. It's hereditary then. Which it is, by the way. It is completely hereditary. It's in your DNA. But, so they don't want to teach you that Khnum-Hotep or Niamkham were a gay couple in Egyptian times, building the ancient pyramids. They don't want to teach you that transgender people existed since 3000 BC. They don't want to teach you that, because then it means that being LGBTQ is hereditary in your DNA and it is not a choice. And if it is not a choice, then it cannot be a sin. They don't want to teach you that. So, anyway, I digress. School choice allows a parent to choose any other school they want to send their child to. Now, currently in the United States, you do have that choice already. So why are parents and Republicans pushing for school choice then if you still, to this day, currently have the choice to send your child to another school? You can pull your child out of this public school and send them to a private school. You can pull them out of this public school and send them to a different public school. You can currently do that. So why are we pushing for this to happen? Well, the truth is, it's about funding. So currently, if you pull your child out of this public school and send them to another public school, you have to either move there in that school district, or you have to pay for the busing to send your child there, or you have to somehow get your child there every day. For private schools, if you choose to send your kid to a private school, you have to pay the tuition of that private school to send your child there, on top of paying your property taxes to pay for the public school as well. So it's very expensive to do this. If this were to go through and school choice happened, then private schools, like religious schools, could be funded by the American taxpayer. So if you chose as a parent to take your kid out of this public school that taught them history and science and math and all this wonderful, these wonderful things that actually make you a human and a smart adult later in life, if you choose to pull your child out of these schools and send them to a private school, then according to school choice, taxpayer funding would have to come from the public school and go to the private school to fund your education over there. So now churches are being funded by the American taxpayer, according to school choice. Yes, when a Republican gives a politician money, it's never a donation, it's an investment. I would argue when anyone gives a donation to a politician, Democrat, Republican, and independent, whatever it is not a donation, it is an investment. But what we are talking about is literally private schools would then be publicly funded by the American taxpayer. And so basically, rather than private donations, the American taxpayer would be the one giving churches money. Churches already don't pay taxes. Churches bring in billions upon billions of dollars every year and don't pay taxes to do it, because they are nonprofit organizations that make a hell of a profit. Hospitals, too, bring in billions of dollars and don't pay taxes either, because they're nonprofit as well. But churches would then be state-funded. Shouldn't the church and state be separated? I thought that was the whole reason why we seceded from Great Britain. I thought that was the whole point of the Declaration of Independence or the U.S. Constitution. Like, these are very unconstitutional things, which the Supreme Court should be trying to protect. But this week, just yesterday, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that state funding and state-funded tuition assistance programs could be used for religious private schools. That just happened yesterday. The Supreme Court of the United States, for the first time ever, has decided church and state do not matter. The Constitution does not matter, because the Constitution says that church and state should have separation. That's the whole reason why we separated from Great Britain. That's the whole reason we are United States of America instead of part of the United Kingdom. That is the whole reason we are a country. And yesterday they just decided, to hell with that. So now the United States taxpayer has to pay for private religious schools which allow these schools to indoctrinate kids and push them to suicide, push them to not hearing any history, not learning any math or science. Wow, thanks, Michael. Matt's so old his AARP card is number 1. All right, you're older than I am, buddy. But not the first time. Methodist United Verdict gave tax funds to build a church playground. Interesting. Well, I'm saying for the first time ever, the Supreme Court has decided to allow church and state to not be separated. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Missaid that. Yeah, but just yesterday. So this week, the Supreme Court of the United States has said more people should have guns, that the government should be funding private churches and schools, and has said that no decision they've ever made is safe. And on top of all that, to hell with women. Women don't have any rights in America anymore over their own bodies. So a pretty stark week for the Supreme Court, which is why they've had protection. That's why they've had Secret Service, National Guard, 8-foot-high barricades outside of all of their walls to protect them, because they're afraid. They're afraid of the American public. They know these 9 people decide things for hundreds of millions of people around the country, and a lot of them aren't going to be happy this week. So pretty much, I mean, if you look at the decisions they made, they opened up gun rights, they've opened up school choice, and they said abortion was illegal, and they said that LGBTQ people are not safe, and women aren't safe. So 5 things that the Democrats have been pushing against. Basically, it was a very partisan thing. 5 things that Republicans would be happy about, 5 things that the Democrats would be very, very upset about. So it's kind of fitting, isn't it? Mitch McConnell won. I remember watching after, I guess it was Amy Coney Barrett was elected, or was voted in from the Supreme Court. After that, John Oliver did a piece, and at the end of the piece, he said something along the lines, don't quote me on this, but I'm paraphrasing. He said that basically we're at the end of a generational war, and sadly Mitch McConnell won. And we've won some battles along the way, but Mitch McConnell won the war. I don't think that was the end. I don't think Amy Coney Barrett was the end. I think this is the end. Or this is just the new reality we're living in, that no one is safe in America. We don't have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness anymore. We don't have that. No one is safe. And I think a couple things are going to happen in the next couple weeks. First off, eventually the Supreme Court of the United States, those 9 justices, sorry, how many actually voted to overturn? Let's see. Roe v. Wade, just today, and what was the actual count? Oh, okay. 5-4. So 5 Republicans, very partisan judges, 4 against. So 4 decided to go with the will of the country and keep abortion rights, keep women's right to choose, keep the decision, and keep, having federal laws in our country. 5 people decided that's no longer important. So basically, you have, because the 4, I believe, are perfectly fine. The 5 are the ones getting the National Guard and Secret Service protection right now, because they're very unpopular 5 people. 5 people that have decided how hundreds of millions of people are going to live for the next, couple decades, if not centuries. Those 5 people are not the most well-liked people in the world right now. So basically, in the past week, those 5 people have decided that we should have more guns in America. We should overturn whatever ruling we want. Women don't have the right over their own bodies. Women shouldn't have any rights at all. And on top of that, we should have school choice, which allows us to fund churches. So, 5 very unpopular people right now. Eventually, the Secret Service or the National Guard are going to release their protections on those 5 people. They cannot keep that up forever. I'm not saying I'm going to be the person to do it. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form one of my audience members should do that. In no way, shape, or form am I saying that we should riot. I'm saying if we do anything, we should peacefully protest. But what I'm saying is, inevitably, there is no future I see that does not end in violence from this. The Supreme Court have pushed the American public this week and for the past couple of years to the breaking point. Eventually, something is going to snap. And I don't know what that is yet. I don't know who that is yet. The government doesn't know who that is yet. Eventually, something is going to snap. You're going to have peaceful protests today, but very likely today or in the coming weeks, you're going to have riots, and it would be horrible to see. But I believe violence is sort of inevitable at this point. And again, I'm not telling anyone to do that. I'm saying, please do not do that. But there's no future I see in this country with these kind of decisions coming down that does not end that way. Eventually, when you push hundreds of millions of people to their breaking point, you are risking a lot. Hundreds of millions of people that, keep in mind, you just said have the right to own an AR-15. Have the right to own as many AR-15s as they want. You're showing people, you're pushing people to their breaking point and making them as mad as you possibly can. And then on the other side of it, you're handing them a gun and saying you are allowed to own the most brutal weapons in the history of mankind. I don't see a future where someone, and I don't know who, I hope it is not one of my audience members, but I do not see a future in which I do not see a future in which those two things don't come together at some point. And it's sad. Like, our representatives, our senators, they've taken themselves out of this fight for so long. We blame them for a lot of things, but in truth, they haven't made any decisions. They haven't made any landmark cases. They were not the ones to decide, these people don't get rights, or these people get rights. It's not about that. You're living in a country in a time when violence a lot of times is seen as the only answer. And yeah, Lori, I think you're right. Exactly. It's almost as if they want a civil war. And I don't know why. I don't know why they would want a civil war. I don't know why they would want a war in general. I heard a wonderful thing the other day. It's a wonderful take on it. Shockingly, I'm on TikTok a lot. Power Brainbow's over there on TikTok, by the way. But I am over there a lot, and I saw this video, and I know a lot of anti-LGBT stuff is on TikTok. I don't really see it too much. I know that's where this pastor went on the other week and said that gay people should be lined up and shot in the back of the head. Like, TikTok allowed that video to happen. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and everywhere else, and YouTube banned them, and immediately after this pastor said that on camera, but TikTok allowed it. Because TikTok is owned by a Chinese company, and Chinese government doesn't really care for America too much. And doesn't care for gay people too much. So, they sort of allowed it. And so I saw that, but, sadly our government is not going after that church just because they said that. Now, immediately after that, 30-some neo-Nazis were stopped in the back of a U-Haul on their way to a pride event to shoot as many LGBTQ people as they could possibly kill. They were stopped, luckily, by the police department of the area. This hate group targeted a smaller pride event, a smaller town pride event, because they wanted LGBTQ people to be afraid of everything. They didn't target a New York City or San Francisco pride because those are generally the bigger targets anyway, and more security is at those bigger targets because of that. They targeted a small town one because they want you as an LGBTQ person to be afraid to go to a local pride event. That was their goal. They even said that on the freaking statements that they gave. They made a statement and said, we did this one instead of a bigger city one because we wanted more people to be afraid to attend smaller town events. And, by the way, they said they watched that video from that pastor immediately before they left to go shoot as many LGBTQ people at a pride event as they could. This church, this hate group, just incited people to go commit violence, and they're not being held accountable. Those 31 people are in jail right now because they went to do violence. But the church, the pastor who told them to do it, is left go free in our country. It's horrendous. And then, who was it? A candidate for United States House of Representatives went on Fox News a couple days later and said that he believes that LGBTQ people should be tried for treason and murdered. And that if he gets in office, freedom of speech is no longer safe. He said that on live television. And he's still in the running. It's not like he was all of a sudden like, oh my God, that's a horrible guy. Like, here's this African-American person running for United States House of Representatives saying on live national news that he believes that LGBTQ people should be tried for treason and murdered. And freedom of speech is no longer safe if he gets in office. And he's shockingly still in the running. Like, what kind of country are we living in that that's allowed? Like, okay, another thing, right? So, and by the way, that's a conversation that my boyfriend and I also had, because if that does happen, they're not going to go after the regular gay person, or they're not going to go after the regular trans person that's in hiding or in the closet. They're going to go after the teachers. The people online that literally show kids that they are gay. Okay? I'm the first target of that process if that guy is elected. But, so here's the thing. Another thing that just happened in the news. Are they being considered terrorists by the media? No. The people in the U-Haul truck are not considered terrorists yet. They're being considered people who incited, I forget the exact wording, but they're being charged with like intent to commit murder or violence or some stupid shit that's not gonna. It's not gonna really stick for a long. They're gonna be charged and be in jail, but they're not gonna be in jail for a lifelong sentence. Yeah, usually Pride events are very, very safe, and you should be able to go. Even the Pride event that they were on their way to, this was stopped before they got there. So that, I want to preface and say it is safe to go to Pride events. Still go to any Pride event that you're planning on going to. I don't say this to scare you, but I'm saying we're living in scary times. Be careful, have your head on a swivel, look out for things. When I was at Washington, D.C. Pride, Capitol Pride a couple years ago, there were snipers on the roofs from the Capitol Police and the National Guard. The FBI had their truck there. Every single service person, every policeman working that event was LGBTQ, so that they can identify discrimination a whole lot easier than a non-LGBTQ person. Every single one of them was a part of the LGBTQ police force that the FBI and the Capitol Police had. So they were all wearing rainbows on their badges, but so it is relatively safe. But I'm saying keep your head on a swivel, look out for things. If you notice something, see something, say something. If you notice someone putting a bag down, go tell someone. Tell one of the organizers. Tell a policeman that it happened. Look out for everything. But still go, okay? I think we are heading to a time when, I'm not saying I want it to happen, but I think you're going to see a lot more violence before this gets better. The government, especially the Supreme Court, has pushed us to our breaking point. And they kept pushing. And even right now, they're still pushing as hard as they possibly can to make us as angry as possible. On both, like literally, I wish I can say it was just they're pushing Democrats, but they're pushing Republicans too. Like, sure, on the one side, right now, you have the Supreme Court pushing against Democrats a lot and what, liberals want. But then on other sides of the government, you have them pushing against what Republicans want. And not a whole lot of people are, politician-wise, are supporting Trump right now and the Trump cult. I think, well, I mean, if you look at the situation, right? In Pennsylvania, the Republican nominee for governor was at the January 6th insurrection, I believe. He was one of the people who stormed the Capitol, from what I've heard. And he believes that the election was robbed from Donald Trump. You have Secretary of State, I believe, if Michael's still watching, across the country, in every state, the person who has to certify the election of every state is the Secretary of State. And right now, running for office across America, you have Republicans running for Secretary of State in all of these different states across America. And a lot of them believe the election was a fraud in 2020 and was stolen from Donald Trump. Now, there is monumental evidence to show that the election was fair and that Joe Biden truly did win. There is no evidence to show that Donald Trump won the election. None. He lost how many court cases from this? But people right now are running for office who do not believe the election was fair, and they are the single person in every state who has to certify the election. And Donald Trump is endorsing them. On Republican sides, you have an entire party that right now is based on the idea that no election is fair if everyone has the right to vote. And so you have Republicans going into these offices in 2022 in the midterms. But the question is why? Well, the obvious answer is Donald Trump is running for president in 2024, and he wants to overturn the election in 2024, even if he doesn't win. And so the easiest way to do that is to control the Secretaries of State. So that's why he's endorsing them. Right now, you have the Republican Party in the middle of chaos, following a cult leader of Donald Trump and pushing his party to the breaking point that, no election is fair. Pushing his party to the idea that, he is superior, that he should be dictator, that he is above the law, and that he can incite an insurrection and commit treason without any repercussions. That's what the Republican Party is right now. And still, even after the January 6th hearings here, they're presenting evidence to show that Donald Trump committed many crimes. Their people keep saying that it's up to the Justice Department to actually bring charges. What was the whole investigation for then? The investigation is to show the world what we already saw on television on January 6th. It's to show us that, yes, this thing happened that we all watched with our own eyes, But after that, what's the shocking part of all of this is the Republican Party, I believe it's 40% of Americans would still vote for Donald Trump, even though he essentially committed treason and tried to overthrow our government. What? I don't know what is happening in America right now. I mean, Republicans are so divided on their side. They're thinking that the government is, controlled by someone else, and they're thinking that the government is, horrible to Donald Trump, their fearless cult leader, and then the Democrats have a lot of other problems. You are pushing the American public as far as you can possibly push, and then handing everyone a gun and saying, here's an AR-15. Like, what? You're pushing people to war and saying, well, get as mad as possible, and here's a gun. But don't do anything with a gun. Yeah, sure. You're turning this country into a country that is about to enter civil war. Now, keep in mind, okay? Okay, so you say, well, regardless of what Christianity is supposed to be about, it's not like the anti-LGBTQ message is a new thing in the community. Yes, it is. Actually. I don't mean to sound rude there. 1946 is when the Bible was changed to all of a sudden come after LGBTQ people. If you look at history, before the social purity movement started in 1780 something, before that point, where did I get my red shirt? This is this is the orange dress shirt that I normally wear on the show. Got it at a store called Boscov's department store in the United States. But this is the typical one that I wear on the show behind me in the studio. Anyway, so if you look at history as a whole, in our lifetime, sure, we've never lived in a day when people were, completely on board. And we've never had 100% acceptance to LGBTQ people in our lifetimes. But if you look at history as a whole, one of the reasons why we did our episode on the 25 most important LGBTQ moments in history, one of the reasons why we did that episode is because we wanted to show, if you look, it is a storm for the elderly. You're funny, Michael. If you look at history as a whole, anti-LGBTQ movement is relatively new. If you look back in Egyptian times when Khnumhotep and Nyankum were a wonderful gay couple, they were highly regarded in Egyptian times. They even have an entire tomb that is dedicated to their relationship and their children together. If you look at gay pirates, they were highly regarded in their careers. If you look at cavemen who were gay, they were painted on the walls in high regard, just like great heroes of their times were. If you look at transgender people, 3000 BC, which is 5,000 years ago. If you look at transgender people 5,000 years ago, they were highly regarded. They were buried according to their gender and respected as their gender. So when you look at history, anti-LGBTQ movements don't really come up until, a couple hundred years ago, I would say. So it is relatively new. And mostly it's thanks to the church for this happening, and the social purity movement. Now, the social purity movement had a lot of problems, but they are the ones responsible for, sex education not being in schools. They're the ones that are responsible for lesbian and gay people being discriminated against. They're the ones responsible for a lot of different things. Then you look at certain LGBT people in history and you realize they were the problems too. For instance, there was a leader of the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, who was a gay man himself. So we've held high offices before, but this gay man made the claim in an editorial comment to a paper, a national newspaper. He said that one of the prerequisites for being a pedophile was seeing signs. Like, basically, he was trying to help the American public stop pedophiles from, endangering children across the country. LGBTQ hate started when colonizers colonized America. Before that point, around the world, it was pretty accepted. Yes, you have things like the Buggery Act. Yes, you have things like Oscar Wilde was discriminated against heavily. Of course, you have those stories, but I'm talking as a whole, pretty much it was accepted around the whole world before that point. And it, as you go further and further back in history, before the colonists colonized America, it was more and more accepted being LGBTQ. So, if that helps at all, you understand it. But I will say, here, okay, Jay, thank you. Man, he's on point today. I swear, after this is over, I'm going to make out with him so hard. So, I was going to do, let's face it, I was going to do that no matter what. But, Michael Martin, thank you. So, the head of the FBI at a long time ago was a man by the name of J. Edgar Hoover. We did an episode on him, by the way. He was trying to stop pedophiles from endangering children in America. The way he decided to do that was, Asians killed LGBTQ people long before. Long before this right now. Anyway, Trump is a homophobic bigot. Weirdest thing in the whole world, people are like, oh, Trump was a supporter of LGBTQ rights. It's like, then how come in his presidency he passed more anti-LGBTQ legislation than any other president in history? How come? Okay, like, if you're looking at LGBTQ rights, he was the worst president of human history. Okay, anyway. American history, I should say. So, J. Edgar Hoover wrote an editorial to a national newspaper. And, Clarence Thomas is talking about reviewing laws on gay marriage and access to contraceptives. So it begins. Oh, yeah. So, again, breaking news is happening as we're talking. Clarence Thomas, who is one of the Supreme Court justices who was very far right at this point, he's talking about reviewing laws on gay marriage and access to contraceptives. So already he is talking about overturning previous decisions. Yeah. I'm just saying Michael and I very well might get married in the next week here. Like, I want to marry him anyway, so this is just pushing us towards that. And we might move. Before too long. This country is turning. I will say, though, that, so J. Edgar Hoover, he, in his editorial comment, said one of the ways to tell someone's going to be a pedophile is to notice homosexual activity. Which, by the way, he was the head of the FBI But you would think in that position he would have some evidence of that. And everyone thought, well, you're the head of the FBI. Obviously, you have access to some sort of evidence or data to support that sort of claim. Obviously, you're in that position and you have access to that. But no one ever asked him for evidence to prove that. Because they thought, oh, you're in this position. Obviously, you should know this. But no one ever said to him, well, where's your evidence to back up that horrible claim, you know? Before you go ruining the lives of hundreds of millions of people that are LGBTQ, what is your evidence to support that? No one ever asked that of him. And no one ever asked him, aren't you gay? Why are you trying to be homophobic, you know? No one ever asked that. So, basically, he compares being gay to pedophilia for one of the first times in history. And again, no one ever questions it. He later says that there is no evidence to back that claim, but damage was already done, you know? And so everyone just believes him. The FBI later has to retract that and say, hey, there is zero evidence we have in any of our databases that has any link between these two. But he said what he said. So now a whole lot of people around the country believe that there's this link between homosexuality and pedophilia. Now, if you look at the real situation, you'll realize LGBTQ people and pride events have forever been against minor attracted people, MAPs as we call them. We've always been against pedophilia in every sense of the word. We've always been for pedophilia being illegal, but now there are people who will go to their dying breath to this day who believe that every homosexual is somehow a pedophile because J. Edgar Hoover said it years ago, even though he had zero evidence to back his claims. So, Michael seems like the type of guy to know 6 languages for the funsies. He does actually know a lot of information just for the funsies. And it's scary to talk to him sometimes because I'm like, oh my god, I'm so dumb. Other times it's like he'll bring a lot of insight to a conversation, so I'm very thankful for that. I will say, we've been together for over a year now. I have not turned on the radio in my car for over a year now because our conversations are so insightful, so educational, and so, entertaining back and forth that I actually just don't have a need for the radio anymore. So that's kind of cool. He's a very, very brilliant man. I will give him every credit where it's due there. So I'm very lucky to stand next to him and be with him. But as my face lights up with cheer, it's been a very sad day, so he brightens it up. But yeah, we've had these bad people in history, like, who just joined forces with her? Milo Yiannopoulos is a horrible gay person who basically said, "Oh, thank you, happy anniversary." Oh, okay, I appreciate that. Milo is a horrible gay person who basically does a lot of things just for the money. And he's a bad side of our community. He has a boyfriend for years and years and years, but yet now he was on a tour of colleges across the country to basically be a motivational speaker, pushing college kids to conversion therapy. And he was advocating that ex-gay therapy works so well that he's no longer gay. Meanwhile, he's going back home to his boyfriend, but, whatever. yeah, sure, ex-gay therapy works so well when you're still gay. But anyway, he was advocating for ex-gay therapy, which he knew at the time, and still to this day, conversion therapy in any sense of or form, conversion therapy, ex-gay therapy, reversion therapy, whatever you want to call it, there's 100 different names for it. As soon as they ban one, they'll come up with another name for it. Because the word conversion therapy was sort of ruined because they used to do lobotomies and actually like take a part of your brain out, hoping that, you know, you're gonna not be gay anymore. They did a lot of horrible things. And so as soon as that started to happen, when they electrocuted kids watching gay pornography and they encouraged them to watch straight pornography, a whole bunch of churches are like, hey, we don't want to be associated with the bad parts of this. We just want to send kids to conversion therapy, but we don't want that tarnish on our name. So they decided to change the name to ex-gay therapy, and then they changed the name to another thing, reversion therapy and regressive therapy, and they're changing the name all the time. Anyway, it's still conversion therapy. But Milo was out there advocating for it, and he went on, I think, first or second stop on this tour. He went to Penn State University in Pennsylvania. Penn State welcomed him and said, yes, please talk about ex-gay therapy on our stage. Please, we don't want to stop freedom of speech, even though it's a university, and we very much have the power to do that. Because freedom of speech applies to the government, not a school that has the power of who speaks on their stages. But they welcomed him, even though there was a lot of protest on it. And so basically, Penn State University is now endorsing conversion therapy. And so after a lot of organizations, including ours, at the Pennsylvania Equality Project and Power Rainbows and art organizations in Pennsylvania, pushed against Penn State University for this, all of a sudden now Milo is like, oh crap, my tour's over, no other university wants me to come there anymore. Now he started to work for Marjorie Taylor Green, a representative who is one of the dumbest people you'll ever meet in your entire life. But she's very far right, very much. She thinks that a lot of very bad things. So now she's on podcast with Milo almost every week, I think it is. They have a podcast talk. Their podcast, by the way, is subjected under drag shows. So every week they talk about how drag performers are reading books to children. Maybe I have to repeat myself. Her entire podcast with Milo, Marjorie Taylor Green spends hours a week talking about how horrible it is for drag performers to read books to children. Oh no. That is what the American taxpayer is paying her to do. Let that sink in. The American taxpayer is paying Marjorie Taylor Green and Milo to talk about drag performers talking to kids. Oh my God. Why is she getting paid? How are we funding this? Why are we funding this? And then she proposed a bill to, I think it was her, she proposed a bill to stop kids from being subjected to drag shows. Now, keep in mind, now in one of her podcasts, she starts talking about this drag performer and how kids went to this drag show. She starts talking about this drag show. This is such a great part of the... Okay, I'll get back to this in a second. Miss Linda Hawks says, hey there, I'm nearing retirement and most likely will be moving to a lower-cost European nation first chance I get. No reason to stay here. Thank you for the super chat. We very much appreciate that. It helps us immensely, more than you'll ever know. So I very, very much appreciate that. But yeah, you probably are best off moving. So thank you for that. So, Marjorie Taylor Green, this is the best part of the story. Okay, so she does this podcast every week, and then one of her episodes, she decides to talk about this drag show that kids went to the drag show. And she's like, how horrible, how horrible. And then they realize The drag show they're talking about is actually a pageant for children that Republican parents pushed the children to go into the pageant. The beauty pageant. It wasn't a drag show. It was the funniest shit, okay? I'm just saying. It's the funniest thing. Because she's there complaining and then she realizes, oh yeah, that's my people. That's my voters. Crap! Let's talking about that. Like, that's the thing. Okay, yeah, you're banned. So, I just love how the next comment I see is like, we need Trump back. All right, you're banned. It's that fast. So, because if you side with Trump, who is very anti-LGBTQ, you side with a cult leader, we don't want you here. Goodbye. So, the good part is, the weird part is, you had to subscribe to the channel for at least 5 minutes in order to comment on the video, so that's a lot of work. So anyway, I don't think the Republicans realize that any kind of legislation to ban drag shows would also ban beauty pageants in any capacity. Like, I don't know if they realize that yet, because here's the thing. Yes, LGBTQ people have drag shows, and it's an expression of, you know, their selves, but Republicans have beauty pageants where they put women on a stage and make them, you know, go into these horribly skinny outfits and subject them to men seeing their beauty and judging it, you know, and they put women on a stage and judge their appearance and make them, you know, diet and fast for weeks, if not months. And if you're not skinny enough, you're never going to be a beauty queen. And they push their kids into these worlds where your appearance is everything. Your personality means nothing in these beauty pageants. And, you know, you're subjecting girls to think that their looks are all that matters. On the other hand, drag shows, I don't know about you, but I've never been to a drag show where they just have skinny girls. Men, women, non-binary, NBs, anyone is welcome to be a drag performer. It does not matter your weight. It does not matter your beauty. It does not matter what you look like. It does not matter the color of your skin. It does not matter your sexuality. It does not matter your gender. So if anything is, you know, indoctrinating our kids, if anything is pushing our kids to depression and suicide, it is not drag shows. It is beauty pageants. And the fact that Republicans are more worried about drag shows than they are guns tells you they don't really care about kids. A buddy of mine, one of our producers, Mike Johnson, he used to work for Planned Parenthood, and he's a huge advocate for abortion rights. He's very much on the side of women's rights. Him and his wife are fantastic people. We hang out with them on a regular basis. We go on double dates and stuff because he's such a great guy. And his wife is arguably a little better and a little nicer. Even he would say his wife is nicer than he is. But they are the sweetest people. I will say that. A little while ago, he brought this idea up to me. And he's like, well, why don't you cover Roe v. Wade on your show? And I asked him, I'm like, Roe v. Wade has nothing to do with LGBTQ education. Roe v. Wade is about abortion. And he goes, no, you have no idea what you're talking about. That's why I love having a team of 30 8 people around me that make this show what it is every week. Because I don't know everything. I never claim to know every single thing in the world. There's a reason I have 38 of the most talented people surrounding me. And this is the reason why. So he came to me and he's like, yeah, you need to do an episode on this. You need to talk about Roe v. Wade. And I go, what the hell, man? Like, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Why am I going to cover that? You know, why am I going to risk talking about such a controversial issue? And then he goes to me, he's like, Matt, Roe v. Wade is not about abortion. I mean, there's a small part of it, but it's mostly about states' rights. It's mostly about overturning Overville v. Hodges, Lawrence v. Texas. It's about overturning anything the Supreme Court has ever done. It's about stripping away rights from every single human being in this country besides Republicans. It's about so much more than what you think it is. And so I started researching this. And I started realizing, you know, for years I've been going to Pride events. I've been a part of our community, and I've been hearing a lot of LGBTQ people keep saying over and over again, I'm pro-life, I'm pro-life, I'm pro-life. I kept getting buttons at Pride events for pro-life. And I've wondered, why? Why are we so on board with pro-choice, I'm sorry. Why are we so on board with pro-choice movements? Okay, just my counter argument here, right? If anything, you could argue, why wouldn't gay people want for girls not to get abortions? Because in theory, then, there's more children to adopt, right? So wouldn't gay people be the ones to argue, have your child and put it up for adoption, so that way a gay couple could adopt them and love them throughout the rest of their life? You know, would that not be our argument as LGBTQ community, right? Why would that not be our argument? Well, once I started to really do the research, we reached out to a couple lawyers who actually work in this space. Because we don't do anything alone. I would never talk on a subject unless there were experts to back up what I'm saying. There were experts to say, you know, here's the truth, right? So we reached out to a couple people, and every single person we reached out to had the same outlook on this. Every single one kept saying to me, Roe v. Wade is about states' rights, not abortion. Roe v. Wade is about overturning anything. Roe v. Wade is the hill Republicans will die on for a reason, and that is states' rights. It's pretty hard to deny it when that's what it says, you know? So, yeah. I mean, you thought, it sort of like blew my mind when I kept hearing it from not just my producers, who I do trust, but I kept hearing it from lawyers. I'm like, okay, if my producers and lawyers are agreeing on this, there must be something to this. And the more research I did, the more I realized there's a reason why pro-choice has been a massive movement of the LGBT over the years. And I was blind to it. So, like, that's the thing. Like I said in the beginning, I don't know everything. I don't claim to know everything. And even I was blind to this. I was like, why is this such a big thing for our community? Well, this is why. Today is why. And, yeah. Well, it gives so much power to the states that I mean, you're not completely wrong. States could become their own countries if they wanted to eventually. So it does offer that slippery slope. And it's not so much of a fallacy as like, could be in our lifetime. But I saw it, like I was saying a while ago now, I saw it in a TikTok video. This girl, I mean, well, okay, but here's the thing. So these organizations are all titled away. By the way, wait, two more things to talk about. I'll get to the naming of things later. Naming of like the Federalist Society, which is the Republicans' like judicial like pool of people right before they become Supreme Court justices. Anyway, they're all worded like focus on the family, 1 million moms, like all these hate groups. The Federalist Society, American First, like they all have like this very patriotic, like they have this way of talking to make you feel like, wow, that should be an organization I should support. Focus on the family. Yeah, we should focus on the family. Like it makes you think like it's a good thing when in truth it's a hate group, you know? So they word things purposefully, just like they worded pro-life. Because the whole pro-life movement is just like, are you against murdering children? You know? Like, obviously I don't want to murder children. So, obviously, it made Republicans feel like these actual attorneys and advertising companies that they hired for the hate groups basically came up with slogans that the general public would never question. Of pro-life. Obviously, I'm for children surviving, so obviously I'm pro-life, right? Well, you don't really know the truth that pro-life means states' rights and anti-LGBTQ. It means overturning a long-held decision of the Supreme Court of the United States. It means that women have no rights anymore. It means that, all these things. Like, you would never know pro-life meant all those things because they kept shoving it in your face of be pro-life or be murder, Like, you're either a murderer or you're pro-life. Like, that's the way they made it seem, Just like the hate groups make it seem like, oh, you're either for focus on the family or you're for families having no rights. It's like, come on, you're a hate group, You're a hate group, and Focus on the Family owns more conversion therapy camps, pushing more kids to suicide than any organization in the United States of America. And now, thanks to yesterday's decision, they just got state funding. Right after the President of the United States just said, we're going to stop giving funding to hate groups for conversion therapy, yesterday, the Supreme Court's like, nope, give them the funding. As long as you own a school, we're going to give you funding. So now any church can just start a school and get state funding. Like, doesn't matter the quality of the education you provide, just have a school. We'll fund you. Anyway, this TikTok I was talking about. I've been trying to get to it for a long time now. Anyway, this girl on TikTok, I forget her name. I wish I knew it. But she kind of outlined this in a very weird way. And ever since I heard it, I was like, well, that kind of makes sense, okay? So, and that right there is it. Okay. Rat smacker. Why do Republicans care about abortion? The fetuses don't work 60 hours a week to line the pockets of the 1%. you're onto something, and that's what this is all about, okay? So think about it, okay? Right now in America, you have a pandemic just ending, basically. The workforce is going back to work. And now more people are trying to get jobs than there are jobs available. No, sorry. More people are going back to work, and there's not as many jobs as people. My apologies on that one. So employers realize it's the employees' market right now. Employees get to set what their pay is. They get to decide what company they're going to work for, because they have so many options, right? All these companies are asking for people to work for them, but if they don't treat their employees right, it's an employee's market. So they can go elsewhere. If you don't pay your employees well enough right now, if you don't give them good enough benefits, or you don't treat them well enough as people, they can go to the next door and get a job somewhere else. Because there's so many jobs available right now. And you have a workforce that is so pissed off that these companies have been getting away with treating their employees like crap for many, many years, that the workforce is finally saying, you know what, enough's enough. I need to get paid a certain amount to live. And I need to be treated a certain way, right? And because of this, employees are in control of the workforce, or the workplace right now. So employers, these big companies, are realizing they have to treat their employees well enough, they have to pay them well enough, they have to give them enough benefits for them to have employees in general. And so yes, you have a certain number of Walmarts implementing more and more self-checkouts, but overall, you have companies that are really upset by this. And companies, keep in mind, that keep posting on their social media and in their stores, nobody wants to work anymore. We're offering so many jobs, but no one wants to work. No, it's not that people don't want to work. They just don't want to work for your fucking shitty pay. No one wants to work for minimum wage, because that's not a livable wage. You cannot work in this country for $7.25 an hour and make enough to live on. You can't. No one wants to work more than 40 hours a week because it's not healthy for them to do so. No one wants to work for a company that doesn't offer them benefits and health care and eye care and dental and all these things that, people need to survive. And the unions aren't strong enough to do this entirely. So right now, it's an employee's market. They can choose to work for any company they want to, and companies do not like it because this is getting extremely expensive. That, by the way, is why we have supply chain shortages. It is not because of the pandemic. A lot of people want to blame the supply chain shortages and the fact that when you go into yes, Trump is a threat to humanity. Anyway, so a lot of people want to blame corporations are not our friends. You're right. Except when they're sponsors of our Power Brain Boss TV show. I have to walk a very fine line every single day on the show because when we cover a topic, I have to be friendly to the corporations because they might sponsor us one day. But at the same time, I have to call them out sometimes. Like when Disney does something horrible and their own Don't Say Gay rule, I have to call them out. But at the same time, Disney also might be a sponsor one day, so I have to be careful what I say. It's a very hard position being a host of a show. But, and Michael and our producers definitely help us walk that line carefully. But I will say, corporations are getting very expensive on doing this right now. They're used to making their extremely high profits. They're not used to, having to pay their employees a fair wage. So they're mad about this, right? And, the gas companies' oil companies' answer for it is to just charge more profit. And, they're making, it's kind of funny because you see these corporations and you see them making record profit. Everyone's like, oh, there's a shortage of gas, so why are gas prices so high? Let's go with a couple examples here. Why are gas prices so high? Well, it's because this whole thing in Russia and Ukraine is happening right now, and Russia supplied some oil to the United States and other countries, and they were a major supplier in the marketplace, and now they're taken out of the marketplace because they decided to attack another country unwarranted. So now you have a lower supply of gas, and a lot of countries got all of their oil from Russia, so we have a higher demand in the marketplace globally. And so with higher demand and lower supply, your price is going to go up, right? That's the law of supply and demand for business. That's how it works. So if the price is going to go up, okay, Americans should see gas prices go up a little bit. That's to be expected if this war happened. And it did. So Russia goes to war with Ukraine, gas's price goes up. Cool. Everyone expected that. That's what the market should have done. Why did it go up so much? Why are there states that charge something like, I heard, $8-9 an hour, or $8 or $9 per gallon right now? Why are the gas prices so high? It's not because, the price of oil went up, so their production costs went up, but their profits shouldn't have gone up as much. See, in their quarterly summaries to the IRS, they have to tell the truth. These oil companies have to tell the truth on these reports. They're not allowed to lie. And so they're recording 3 times the net profit right now than they were in the fourth quarter of 2021. The first quarter of 2022 had 3 times the profit as the fourth quarter of 2021. Why did it go up so much? Why was their profit so much higher? 3 times the amount. If your cost went up and your price went up, your profit should have stayed the same margin, right? But their profit went up 3 times. So their cost went up $1, their profit went up $3. So they're taking advantage of this situation and making more profit. Then they're kind of trying to recoup some of their costs from earlier, from paying their employees well years ago. Another example, okay? Let's look at baby formula. If you walk into a grocery store and you notice that there's baby formula missing on the shelves, why is that? Hey. What's up?
Still live streaming?
Yeah. Sorry. Michael. Thank you, by the way, insert creative username. I forgot to thank you with that super chat. But thank you so much. Here's the thing. So, when you walk into a grocery store and you see a shortage of an item, let's say baby formula, there was shortages of bread, there were shortages of canned goods because of metal. There's been a lot of shortages, right? Why? A lot of people, Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, okay, just as one example here, okay? Greg Abbott decided to hold all trucking across state lines between Mexico and Texas. He decided that the United States federal government, who checks every single truck coming into our country, There's already a checkpoint there. Every single truck coming into the United States from Mexico into Texas has to go through this checkpoint and undergo thorough checking for any drugs, any paraphernalia, any people trying to cross the border illegally. The United States federal government and border control checks every single truck already. Greg Abbott decided the federal government doesn't do a good enough job of this, so he put his own checkpoint right next to that, which added days on every truck's drive. Normally at the border, it takes about 30 minutes to an hour for a truck to get through this checkpoint. Greg Abbott added 24 to 72 hours onto that time because of his checkpoints, and they weren't near as fast because they literally like tore the truck apart like to get to everything to see if it's, you know. But no, Greg Abbott decided his own people are going to, you know, tear every truck apart to its bare bones and, you know, spend 3 days investigating a truck instead of the 30 minutes that border protection does. So you had massive wait times for these trucks coming into the United States. So our importing system into the system was nowhere near as fast. For like the weeks that he did this, until Texas started to realize that this entire thing was holding up the supply chain of the entire United States of America. Because a lot of companies get their supplies from Mexico, right? So you're holding up the supply chain and transportation for all this stuff. And in the end, they did not find one case. Like, this entire plan of Greg Abbott was to find contraband and was to find, you know, illegal immigrants. They did not find one. They didn't find one person crossing the border illegally. They didn't find one piece of contraband that the border control that already checked the truck didn't find. The border control already found everything that they're going to find. And the Greg Abbott's people didn't find anything more. So this entire plan didn't work, other than holding these trucks up for 2-3 days more. So he had massive shortages. And then Greg Abbott basically decided to blame all of this on Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary of the United States of America. Why? Because Greg Abbott is a giant homophobe and didn't like the fact that Pete Buttigieg is a gay man. That's it. He tries to blame a gay guy for all of the problems that he caused down in his state. So Greg Abbott decides to cause a huge problem down here, and then decides, hey, it's not my problem, not my fault these trucks are being held up, it's Pete Buttigieg's fault. Like, what? He had nothing to do with this. Why are you trying to blame this on a gay guy, you know? Oh, wait, he was gay. That was the whole thing, you know? And it did not ward off any illegal immigrants to our country. It didn't work. There are massive reports that have come out after this that showed this entire plan of Greg Abbott did not work in the slightest. It did not ward off anyone. It didn't actually prevent anyone from entering the country illegally. It didn't prevent any contraband from entering the country illegally. Nothing. It didn't work at all. So all it did was blame it on a gay guy. Anyway, if you look in your grocery store, you'll notice that if you have a shortage of anything, why is that? Why is there less baby formula on the shelves of your local grocery store compared to what used to be? Why are there less tampons for women? You know? Well, first off, it's because of this supply chain. Like, there are less manufacturers that are able to manufacture things. Why? Oh, that's right. Because they actually have to pay their workers a fair wage now. And it's an employees market. Employees are able to say, you know what? I don't want to work in a factory making tampons for this bare minimum wage. I need to be paid fairly. I need to live. If I'm working 40 hours a week, I need to actually live off of that money. So there's not as many tampons being made. There's not as much baby formula being manufactured because these companies can't find people to work for their bare minimum price. It's not that they can't find people. It's that they can't find people who want to work for their low prices and their low pay. And yes, it is because companies have monopolies on a lot of things, and they're the only ones that make them, right? Like Tyson chicken. Like, a lot of people think that there's a lot of manufacturers of chicken out there because there's a lot of different chicken farms. No, a lot of them sell to the same monopolies of chicken corporations, and it's all pretty much controlled. So here's the thing. A lot of what you see in a grocery store is made by a manufacturer who's either a monopoly or they don't want to pay their workforce enough. And right now they are on the defensive saying, we can't find workers. Oh my God, people just don't want to work. They don't want to come back to work after the pandemic. They don't want to come out of their homes. No, they don't want to go to work for $7.25 an hour. They don't want to go to work if they're not getting health insurance, if they're not getting dental, eye care. They don't want to go to work with your shitty pay. That's why people don't want to work right now. A lot of fast food chains have signs on the doors. We still notice to this day. They still have signs that say, like, nobody wants to work anymore. No one wants to work for a company paying them $7.25 an hour. That's the key. Like, every one of these signs says, we can't find any workers. No one wants to work anymore. ... for the low amount of pay that we want to pay them. So, here's the thing. Roe v. Wade very much links to this. How, Matt? How does Roe v. Wade... How does Roe v. Wade apply to this workforce problem and these companies not paying enough? Well, see, if you stop abortion from happening, suddenly you're going to have more kids in the system. You're going to have more children being born for the next couple of years because it's illegal to have an abortion. So you're either going to have to put that kid up for adoption, or you're going to have to have the kid just be born and you take the responsibility for it, right? So now you have more kids being born than were previously born. Well, not only in 18 years is that child going to grow up and become a part of that workforce, so now there's more employees in the pool, so it becomes more of an employer's market, because right now the employees have the advantage of there's more work, there's more jobs than people. But if somehow these corporations can turn that and have more people than jobs, suddenly it becomes their market again, and they get to pay their employees less. They get to give them less benefits. They get to give them less and less and less and treat them more poorly because there's more employees out there who want to work than they have jobs. And so if you don't want to work for this low pay, I can find someone else right down the road who does. Where I used to live, there was a giant warehouse on the hill. The whole hill was filled with different warehouses from different companies. Everyone was building a warehouse. These giant corporations, Wegmans, Lowe's, Walmart, they were all building giant warehouses in our county. And everyone was so excited that hundreds upon hundreds and upon hundreds of jobs are going to come to our area. How wonderful! They're going to bring jobs here. They didn't realize these corporations were building factories and warehouses in our area for a reason. Because they can entice you with a job, but then pay you very little. They can't pay you very little if you're in a city when there's a lot of people, but they'll pay you in this small town little because there's not that many people. This looks like an appealing job to you, working for barely above minimum wage, because everywhere else in your small town can only afford minimum wage. That little mom and pop brick and mortar store can only pay employees minimum wage. But this big corporation, give them $1 more. Let them work for that. Suddenly now that looks appealing. I'll go work in a warehouse and kill my back and risk, all these different injuries. I'll go do that because I'm getting paid $1 more an hour. So essentially that's what they're playing. It's the long game on this. So 18 years from now, all these kids will grow up and be available in the workforce. But right now, for those 18 years, there's going to be a lot more parents in the system. Regardless if you put your child up for adoption or if you have a child and decide to keep it for yourself, as parents, you're still going to want to raise that child well. And now you want to get out there in the workforce and provide for your family. And suddenly now there's more people in the trying to get jobs than there currently are. And so suddenly there's more employees than there are jobs. So corporations very, very, very much wanted Roe v. Wade to happen, because it meant no matter when it happened, they wanted this overturn of Roe v. Wade because it meant more kids in the system so that they can pay less for their employees. Simple as that. They saw this as a huge investment for the past 50 years, because right now it's going to pay them dividends. It's going to pay them far more than they paid out. Have you heard Trump say LGBTQ? It was the most uncomfortable thing I ever heard. Yeah, that was pretty uncomfortable. Plus, he held the rainbow flag out, and it said, like, LGBT for Trump or something, but the flag was upside down, and then, like, people were like, look, he supports us, here's a photo, and it's like, the flag's upside down, which is the biggest sign of disrespect you can ever have for any flag. What? How is that a sign of he likes us? He's holding it upside down. That's the biggest sign of disrespect. Anyway, I digress. So, these corporations wanted Roe v. Wade to be overturned. Now, how do you get Roe v. Wade overturned as a company? You cannot elect a Supreme Court justice. You can't put money in the campaign for a Supreme Court justice, but you very much can put money in a campaign of a senator who wants that Supreme Court justice to have office. So for years now, these corporations have been pouring billions of dollars into the campaigns of your local politicians, your local state senators who were Republican, who supported Roe v. Wade to be overturned. And so they've been pouring money into these people just so they can elect Supreme Court justices who didn't like Roe v. Wade either. And so eventually this would pay off for them. They knew it was a long game, but these corporations have the time. And they know they're playing the long game no matter what. So might as well play it, you know? Cody Singleton says, late stage capitalism is kind of like neo-feudalism. Very astute of you. Thank you, by the way, for this super chat. Very, very much appreciate that. But yeah, these big corporations have been controlling the Senate for many, many years. And, you know, we've been kind of oblivious to it. We've been like, yeah, campaign contributions are a problem. why don't we ban campaign contributions like that? Well, the ones to do that are the senators. Why don't we ban them from, and make term limits? Well, the ones who control that are the senators. They're the representatives. The ones who control these things are the people who are literally getting the bribes. They're the ones bringing in the campaign contributions. They're the ones bringing in all this money. They're the ones having all the power, and you're telling them to voluntarily give up all that and pass a law so it makes it illegal to do what they've already done. I'm just saying it's probably not going to happen in our lifetime, unless you have a lot of people get into office that want to change things and don't care about the money, and that's rare. It's kind of like these politicians a lot of times don't want younger people to win elections in the 20s or in their 20 or 30s year olds, because they know that when you're young, you probably have these ideas of, I'm going to come in and I'm going to change the whole system. They don't like that. These Republicans and Democrats alike want you to come into the system and be like, okay, I'll play along with everyone else. I'll play by the rules of the game that's already set. No. Younger people my age who would run for office would generally say, no, I'm going to come in and I'm going to turn the whole table upside down. Because that's our generation's way. But yeah, so, and in other words, these corporations are basically saying, well, we're going to play the long game. We're going to put people in power who, yeah, Michael and I want kids. So, and we're very much looking at adoption when we get married, but yeah, these corporations are saying, they've supported senators for many, many years who are Republican, who are for the overturn of Roe v. Wade, conveniently. They haven't really mentioned that, but they're like, yeah, we'll support you. Just put on all your flyers that you're against Roe v. Wade. Weird how that coincided. So then, after that point, these senators get in, they elect and they approve of Supreme Court justices who are against Roe v. Wade as well, and here we are. It's been a long game to get here for corporations to kind of have their say in the Supreme Court. They eventually got it, because they played the game that we didn't. We didn't even know they were playing this game. We thought they were playing the game of trying to get certain representatives or senators elected. We did not know, and no one really foresaw them trying to control the Supreme Court. And then this week happened. It's sad that they kind of outsmarted us. So now, in 20 years, over the next 20 years, you're going to have a lot more parents trying to work for supporting their children. And then in 20 years' time, you're going to have a lot more employees out there because they're children now being born. So for many, many years, you're going to have this problem where employers have more power than their employees again. Again, it won't happen tomorrow, but it's going to happen in 9 months from now. You know, aside from the fact that our one producer, Michael, did point it out to me that when they banned abortion before, they started seeing a lot more crimes increase, because there were a lot more people out there who they pretty much knew they were unwanted children by their parents, and so you had a lot more crime out there on the streets. So that's, well, like, opening up now too. But yeah, you have a system that not just wanted people for corporations to hire, but you also have something coming with war. Michael pointed this out to me yesterday, I think it was. right now, what's happening is you're having this war between Russia and Ukraine. And we're not involved in that as of this moment, other than giving a bunch of supplies, as much as we possibly can, to Ukraine to defend their country. Cisgender men cannot get pregnant because they do not have a uterus. You're right about that. But transgender men can get pregnant. So, I mean, yes, when you're a man, you can still get pregnant. When you're a woman, you can have a penis. Like, there's a side note for you, because I just read a comment. Sorry, I get sidetracked. But you have this work happening between Russia and Ukraine. What a lot of people in government and in strategic positions and are wise to this are realizing is there's a war coming with China. China right now is sitting on the sidelines, but they're also sizing up for a war with America eventually. A lot of people think that's happening. A lot of people think that's on its way. And sadly, that's not as far away as we think. A lot of people sort of assume. A lot of people in power think that's coming in the next 20 years or so. And it's weird. Because what else happens in 20 years? These kids will grow up. They'll be able to fight in that war. So there's also this side of things basically saying that if we stop abortion, we'll have more kids to fight in the war against China. There's a lot of rabbit holes with this. But, Supreme Court made a lot of wrong decisions this week, and they're asking for a fight. They are pretty much pushing the American public to violence. And you know what? They can complain all they want to. Yeah, they can be impeached, but it's never happened. So it's a much better option for the president to just pack the court with his own people and, put more Democratic-leaning partisan justices in there. So that way, we can't have this happen. Now, here's the shitty part. This was leaked weeks ago, back in May. For the first time, I think, ever, a Supreme Court decision was leaked to the press. And they leaked that Roe v. Wade was going to be overturned. So why didn't President Biden pack the court immediately as soon as he found this out? Now, it might not have stopped it from happening, but a lot of people are wondering why he didn't do it at that point, which would have at least slowed it down, maybe. But yeah. Because it's up to the President of the United States and the Congress to decide how many justices there are. Maybe it's just the President who decides that nomination from the President. Yes. Well, it was leaked back in May, what the decision was going to be. Today it was, released. The decision was made, you're right, but then today it was released. So, yeah. The same SCOTUS legalized gay marriage, you're right, but not under the same justices. I want to clarify that. Is it lagging? I think. Hold on. Maybe it's lagging. We'll be back in just a second if it's lagging. All right, I think it's back now. That might just be because we hit the 3-hour mark, and YouTube doesn't really like that. But hopefully it's back now. We had a lot of problems, and we currently have a lot of problems that we have to fight. Republicans have put 50 years into this fight. 50 years into overturning a Supreme Court decision. And sadly, the Democrats have to do the same. We have to either pack the court or play the long game too. And, like, it's a shame that we are here. It's a sad day for America. There's a lot of problems coming. And Bullhorn Betty, there is no freedom of speech online, by the way. That is not a thing that exists. Social media platforms are not the United States government. The United States government requires freedom of speech. But freedom of speech does not protect you, shockingly. A lot of people think that you can say whatever you want. You cannot. If you say you're going to go and murder someone, then you can be arrested for that. If you yell fire in a crowded theater, you can be arrested for that. Freedom of speech does not give you the entire right to say whatever you want at any time at all. Freedom of speech also only applies to the United States government or the state government. So you can say that you don't agree with what a president or a legislator or your state governor, or you can say you don't agree with your local elected officials. But you cannot threaten anyone. And here's the thing, when you're online, you are on a private company's server. So right now you are watching on YouTube. YouTube is owned by Google Incorporated. And Google gets to decide what the rules are on this platform. So when you're commenting here, you're playing by YouTube and Google rules. And that does not give you freedom of speech. That gives you the right to follow their own rules that they set. They do not have to follow freedom of speech. They have to follow law in general, but not freedom of speech. That has been ruled in the court many times. But here's the thing. When you're on our channel specifically, you're playing by 3 companies' rules. You're playing by Google and YouTube, right? Google owns YouTube. But you're also playing by my rules. Because this channel is the intellectual property, IP, of my broadcaster, Matt Haslam Productions TV. You are playing by our rules on Powered by Rainbows, which is a trademarked and fully copyrighted corporation. So when you're on here, you are playing by my rules. So my team of 38 people control what the comments say. You can say anything you want, but that does not stop you from getting banned or from your comment being taken down. Freedom of speech means nothing online. If you're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, any social media company, if you go onto their website, you are playing by their rules and their rules alone. You are not playing by United States rule of freedom of speech. A lot of people are comment all the time of, oh, Facebook, you took down my comment, or to a local news station, stop taking all my comments online down. you're on Facebook, that gives me freedom of speech. No, that's Facebook rules, not freedom of speech. These companies do not play by the same rules. And we do not offer you freedom of speech in any chat room. We never said we did. And we would never do that. Because that would give homophobic and transphobic people a platform to push kids to suicide. We've had chat rooms before. And homophobes have tried to use our chat rooms to make kids depressed and to push kids to suicide. We will not allow that. That gets reported every time. We report that not only to the website we are using, but we report that to the United States government and the FBI. Since I have started this show 5.5 years ago, I have spoken to the Federal Bureau of Investigation way more times than I ever thought I would talk to them in my entire life. Yes, I did go off on a tangent, because I saw a comment that's like, well, this is... I saw a comment that was like, oh, well, this is just a chat room of freedom. I love the freedom of speech in this chat room. You don't have that freedom here. Yes, we live in the United States, but that doesn't give you freedom of speech. You can walk into a storefront, and like if you walk into a grocery store, they do not have to give you freedom of speech. That's not a thing they have to offer you. You are on their premises. When you're at the United States Capitol building, they offer you freedom of speech. But when you're online, you are on a different marketplace. You are on a different company server. If you are on a United States government website, you have the freedom of speech to a certain extent. You can't say whatever you want, whenever you want, but you do have some freedom of what you say on a government website. On YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all these companies do not have to provide you any freedom of speech on what you say. I can ban, I can moderate, I can take any comment I want down, no matter what. That is my right as a business owner. That is my right on my platform. So, welcome to Power Brambos, where our 38 people have ultimate control. And I hire the right people. But you can ask questions. We don't mind people asking. I don't even mind if a homophobe is here asking questions, or you can ask any questions you want, but if those questions are homophobic or transphobic, we're going to take them down. Oh, shut up. Michael's like, that's true. Matt silences me. He says silence, non-Professor Pride. No. Michael is Professor... What did we agree on, honey? Your name would be Michael, or Professor Yummy Richard or something. I forget what your name became, but... Well, I mean, he's not a real professor like I am. So, how is it fair to call him a professor? But anyway, I do not silence my boyfriend. If anything, like, why would you tell people that I silence you? That's mean. Matt, your student teacher pride. Bullhorn, you're not nagging someone. But that doesn't mean you have freedom of speech here. I'm just saying. Freedom of speech does not apply to YouTube. Koski says, Professor Yummy Richard. That's going to catch on. Hashtag Professor Yummy Richard. Oh, Professor Prisma Pride. I like that. He's in the next room, and he can hear every word I say through the walls, but... Which is really annoying when I'm trying to, like, record an episode and I'm just, like, shouting at Michael is professor in training pride. I don't know. Well, see, when I'm recording, I'm like behind this. This is a rack full of camera equipment, but I'm normally shouting to the camera, which is right there, right? And right there behind the wall is where my boyfriend's office is. So I'm normally like projecting my voice in a very energetic way to the camera to record. And he's just behind there going like, oh my God, Matt, stop saying LGBTQ the wrong way. Because I mess that up all the time. Yes. Thank you, Mary. YouTube is a private business, not a public government-funded program. Thank you. Assistant to pride. Professor Roy G. Bibb. That's good. I like that. Professor Roy G. Bibb. I like that, Michael. Michael, what do you want to be? Professor... Well, you're not a professor, but... Like, I can legally say professor. But... What about, like... I still say it's Professor Yummy Richard. Michael's gonna be really mad when I get off the stream. Professor... Professor Sexy. Professor Cutie, maybe? I'm trying to get synonyms. Professor says LGBTQ and... Wait, what? Professor says LGBTQBA instead of LGBTQ. No, when I record it, when you record LGBTQ 1,000 times a day like I do, it's so bad. It's like, I will mess up the weirdest ways. Why do Republicans like Trump romanticize things like the nuclear family? I don't know. Michael, you are not silenced. Oh my God. You and Mr. Nutter Butters can talk all you want. No, here's the thing. Whenever we do an episode together, I'll make like some... We will have, in our normal day-to-day life, Michael and I talk so dirty sometimes. We talk so funny sometimes. We'll have great intellectual conversations that are educational, that are like bouncing off each other. Other times we'll just be like, ooh, you sexy thing. Maybe not in that tone. But then as soon as we get on camera, yes, and I say to her like that, and he doesn't like that. He makes fun of me all the time. Professor Smartass, I like that. So, anyway. So we'll talk so, like, normal. And then when we get on camera, Michael, like, shuts down because he's nervous on camera, you know. He didn't, when he decided to have a boyfriend with me and decided I was his boyfriend, like, he didn't really fully understand that I wanted to put him on camera, and he didn't sign up to be on a stage of 100,000 people a week, so it's kind of weird for him still, I think, and I think he's a little bit nervous of that, so all of a sudden, like, I'll make the same sort of, like, sexy joke or whatever that I normally do, and he's just like, wow, Matt, like, how dare you say that on... And I'm like, this is us normally. You do the same stuff, it's just you don't do it on camera. So, I'll make a joke and he doesn't know. I just got here and was wondering if you have heard of the Church of Prismatic Light. I have. I so want to get in touch with her and, like, interview her. Because here's the thing, if that really is our solution, is just make being LGBTQ and affirming healthcare for us a religious right under our new religion, why didn't we do it years ago, right? Like, that's a question I very much have. And so my question sort of goes to, like, the ACLU and Human Rights Campaign of, like, if this really was the solution, why didn't we do it? why haven't we done this, 50 years ago? But yes, like we very, very, very much want to, I would love to interview her. I would love to have her on the show. I would love to do a collaboration. I've reached out to like Jimmy Dodger, and he hasn't gotten back to me. I would love to have him on the show because he's such a fascinating person, and also he has I don't know if you know this about him. Not like a lot of people look at him and they're like, okay, so he's a transgender YouTuber, but like in all actuality, he has a freaking PhD in gender science. So like, he knows his shit, and like, he's there debating with like a Matthew Walsh, who's a very horrible person of reality that is somehow allowed on YouTube. But like, I love how YouTube's like, okay, so we're gonna put this entire Pride event together, and we're gonna have Powered by Rainbows and Jemmy Dodger all a part of our YouTube Pride celebration every year. And then at the same time, they're like, we're gonna allow Matthew Walsh to have a channel pushing his narrative that there's only two genders and pushing his ideas that every child should undergo conversion therapy. Like, but Jemmy Dodger is actually one that can debate Matthew Walsh and like isn't afraid to, so like very kudos to him, but he knows his shit. I love watching his content, but I would love to have him on the program. And we reached out, but we haven't heard back yet, and it's been like a year. So oh my god, Pete Buttigieg on the show, that would be incredible. Like, there are certain people, we don't really have the budget to do it, to like take our cameras and fly out to interview someone, but there are certain people, like, if I got the chance to interview President Obama, Pete Buttigieg, Secretary Pete Buttigieg, I should say, President Joe Biden, if I got the chance to interview these people, like, on that level, I don't care how much it would cost. It would so be worth it to just take a camera and fly down or drive down and do it, That would be so incredible for the show and so incredible for just as an experience, I would gladly do that. I would love to. Also, Dr. Rachel Levine. Oh my god. Okay. President Biden is a lot smarter than people give him credit for. Okay? So there's a lot of people who are like gonna critique him for everything. But I will say, okay, so right now the United States is putting through this. There's like bills introduced in this House of Representatives that would ban gender affirming care for transgender people, right? Now, here's the kicker. That sort of thing would have to be approved not by the president, but by the Department of Health. In order to actually, like, investigate these things, you would have to go through the Department of Health. Now, who did President Biden put as the Secretary of the Department of Health? Anyone know? Because it's Dr. Rachel Levine, a transgender woman who headed the Department of Health for the state of Pennsylvania under Governor Wolf. And Dr. Rachel Levine is pretty much the single reason why Pennsylvania was able to get through the COVID-19 pandemic with as few casualties as we did. she is an incredible human being, and probably in our lifetimes we will see her being awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom because of how just incredible she is. And she's a hero to a lot of people, and someone everyone in America should aspire to be more like. And she's just an incredible human being. And President Biden put her in a position where she would have to basically be in charge of any gender-affirming care. And he's just like subtly putting these people in the right positions, where it's like, yeah, he's a lot smarter than people give him credit for. I will give him that. Like, he might be old, he might have his issues, he might fall off of bikes, but but to be fair, our last president couldn't even get on a bike. So it was incredible to like see that sort of secession of like, okay, President Biden, you're gonna put Rachel Levine in that position, and everyone was like, that's such an incredible thing. And then like now that we're actually having people try to ban transgender care, it's like, oh hey, look who we put in that position, who would have to approve of all that kind of stuff. Never gonna happen. Rachel Levine is never gonna let that happen. And I'm just there, I'm laughing my ass off at the Republicans going and thinking they had a chance at that, you know? So, I mean, and the thing that happened in Texas, where Texas was trying to ban gender-affirming care, and Texas was trying to investigate parents and charge them with child abuse if they offered their children gender-affirming care. You know, if these parents tried to help their children in the way that their children needed to be helped, and actually wanted their children to be happy and not depressed, if these parents did their jobs and helped their children and affirmed their gender, then the Texas government was trying to investigate them and charge them with child abuse. So then President Biden was like, hey, and like pretty much this is the way it went. So Texas is being absolutely transphobic, and then President Biden was just like yelling down the hall, yo, Dr. Rachel Levine, go sick him. Like, and then you saw Dr. Rachel Levine just put a stop to this. Like, halted in their tracks. And it was the funniest shit of just like watching Texas basically get owned by a transgender Secretary of Health. And it was sort of just like, it was one of those moments where you never saw the picture of it happening, but you sort of saw her behind the scenes of, oh no, you didn't. And just like, there's probably like 20 people so offended by what I just did. But, or like, wow. So Matt, when you get married to Michael, just turn the cameras off for your first dance. No one wants to say that. But yeah. Hey Matt, I got a question. Why do we support Biden when he previously stated marriage is between a man and a woman? Yes, he did. And okay, so so first off, there's two things you have to realize. Is that, first off, he did say that. I'm not going to defend what he said way back when. In no way, shape, or form is that okay. You have to realize that is in context, though. So the reason why we support him now is in context of what is happening now. No, Biden was the one who said he wasn't approving of gay marriage. So the reason why we supported Biden in the 2020 election was because who he was up against. Trump was the worst homophobic president in United States history, one of the top 25 worst homophobic people in the world's history. And so you have this fight between a man who spent his entire 4 years in office doing more executive orders and more rules against LGBTQ people than any other country in the United States history, in Trump. And then you had Biden, who, yes, he said those things years ago, but he also was a part of Obama's administration. And so did Obama? I didn't know that part. And so in Obama's administration, they were the ones to finally get marriage equality past the Supreme Court. And they were, Obama and Biden were the administration to put Stonewall in New York City and Christopher Street as the first ever LGBTQ monument. The first ever national park designated for LGBTQ people in history. That also happened. And so, yes, Biden did say these things a long time ago. Obviously, he did change a little bit. And so you have this fight between a horribly homophobic man, one of the worst homophobes in history, and a guy who said that marriage was between one man and woman. So it was the lesser of two evils, first off. Secondly, you have to realize that people can change. What Biden did was, and it might have been for political reasons of Democrats don't want to vote currently for a person that doesn't support gay rights. Maybe it is for political reasons because Biden's administration realized 80% of non-LGBTQ Americans support equal rights and protections for LGBTQ people. And so when you factor in the 11.7% of LGBTQ people, when you factor in 11.7% of the world's population is LGBTQ, and the fact that in younger generations, as we just spoke about last week in our Along for the Pride episode with Bill Maher, as we spoke about in there, as you get in younger generations, the younger generations are more and more coming out as LGBTQ. And so you have to realize the Democratic Party mostly focuses on younger people's votes, not older people's votes. Republican Party is the exact opposite. The older you are, the more you're going to vote for Republicans. So with that factored in, yes, 11.7% of the world's population is LGBTQ. But in the generations the Democrats are really after in voting for them, it's not 11%. It's 20-some% of their generation that are out as LGBTQ. So first off, you have 20-some% of their voters are going to be out as LGBTQ, and then 80% of non-LGBTQ Americans support it. So when you factor all these numbers together, basically 87-point-something% of Americans want equal protections under the law for LGBTQ people. So 87% of Americans want this. Why in the world would Biden say he doesn't want that? And so if Biden said anything homophobic or transphobic, he would be losing 87% of his voters immediately. That's probably not in his best interest. So even if you look at this politically and say, well, maybe he just wanted the votes. Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe that's all he did want. And that's why he changed. Or maybe he just changed. Maybe in his older years he started to meet gay people and he started to learn a little bit more. Maybe he didn't fall for the education system that he was brought up in that never taught him that LGBTQ people existed, and never taught him that how scientifically valid it is to be transgender and how it's biologically a part of who you are as being gay. Like, maybe he started to learn and relearn things that he previously held beliefs, you know? Maybe that happened. Or maybe he just realized 87% of his voters don't want him to be homophobic. Who knows? But I will say, he did change. No matter for what reasons, he did change. And so, immediately when he got into office, he said, well, I'm going to hire Pete Buttigieg as my Secretary of Transportation, a gay man. I'm going to hire Dr. Rachel Levine as my in my health department. Brilliant woman, but also a transgender woman. So, like, he showed us that he has changed. And so we had a system where we either supported him or we supported Trump, and we took the lesser of two evils. So now we have the lesser of two evils, and then that lesser of two evils went and showed us, wow, he really is a supporter. Not only did he hire these people and appoint these people to office, but he put them in positions where they have a lot of control. He put a transgender woman in control of Department of Health that controls gender-affirming care for kids. He put a gay man in charge of all the transportation. Like, these are not small positions. These are not like the throwaway cabinet members. These are like actually good positions for who they are. So, that's all I'm going to say on that. Today, the conservatives are going 100 years back with the abortion right. What is going to be next? LGBTQ rights? Interracial weddings? Yes, interracial weddings are also a Supreme Court decision that they could overturn now, thanks to this. So, if you're a minority, if you are a different color skin other than perfectly white, and you married someone that, oh my God, it goes so deep, right? It's a very sad day for all of us. Yes. Professor, how do you think we can best fight this tide of anti-LGBTQ legislation and political moves by the GOP, Republicans, and the alt-right politically when they got rid of Roe v. Wade so easily? It was not easily. It's not that I'm trying to be rude to you, it's just, this was 50 years of work. This was hundreds upon hundreds of billions of dollars of advertising. This was by far the most expensive advertising campaign in human history, what we just witnessed. So this was not easy for them. But this was getting the right people elected into the Senate in order to put the right people in position in the Supreme Court. So this was difficult for them. Very difficult, in fact. But I will say how we fight this is by getting out and voting. Because what you have to realize is it's not just every 4 years, the presidential election. Right now, in November, we are going to go through another election for local races. You're electing your state legislator, your state governors, your state government. You're electing your secretaries of state who certify elections, okay? And they are the ones who control how people vote, and they are the ones who get to determine whether every single person in America gets the same right to vote. They are the ones who determine that. And right now, Trump is running a bunch of people for secretaries of state across the country who think he should win no matter what the people say. That is happening in a lot of states. You also have a lot of down ballot things happening. of representatives and senators running for office right now in the United States House or Senate. They have a lot more power than a president. They forever have more power. That is why these corporations put a bunch of money in their campaigns to elect people who inevitably get to elect the Supreme Court justices. Okay? They are the people that have the real power. That legislator has a lot of power, more than you think. And they are the ones up for re-election this November. You also have to realize your local government has a lot of power. For your county and your town, a lot of people think that they don't really matter. They do. Towns could enact anti-discrimination ordinances tomorrow, but a lot of towns don't. Your counties could enact anti-discrimination ordinances tomorrow, but they aren't. So these school boards, oh my God, school boards, yes, thank you. School boards are in the election right now. So how we teach our children is controlled by the school board in your local town, okay? And that school board gets to decide what education every child is given, okay? They decide if there is going to be LGBTQ education in our schools. They're the ones that get to decide how much of history our kids learn, how much math do our kids learn, how much science do our kids learn. Do our kids learn how scientifically valid it is to be trans? That's up to a school board. Plus, it is on a school board to decide sorry, reading comments. Yeah, who is BB? Oh, Bullhorn Betty. Anyway, it is on a school board to decide if they are going to be homophobic and transphobic. One of our producers lives in a school district. I'm not going to tell you where they live because that would be stupid and we don't release that information, but one of our producers lives in a town that just had a school who has a transgender child in their school district. And this parent came to a school board meeting saying horribly transphobic things, saying how they should throw this child out of the school, how they feel it's not right for this child to use the same restroom as everyone else, yada, 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 all these transphobic things, all these horrible things. They went on for the longest time talking, and the school board could have shut this person up, could have said, enough's enough, you're not allowed to spread this hatred. They could have done that. They chose not to. And so it's on their school board to bring in a company like mine and provide education that, yes, being trans is completely valid. So it's up to the school board members to do this. We're petitioning for it, but it's up to them inevitably. It's up to a school board, a lot of education, and it is also up to a school board to enact a don't say gay rule. So even though a state has it, a school could say, you know what, we're not going to follow that. So it's up to a lot of people locally. The school board has way more power than you think. School board, your local election, your local mayor, your council members, your representatives at your county, your representatives at the state level in the state house and senate, your governor, your representatives in the U.S. House and Senate, they are all up for re-election this November. Okay? These are all important offices. Far more important than I would argue a president is. A lot of times these elections are overlooked. So how you solve this, how you fight back against this, is by voting. Republicans are not all bad. Democrats are not all bad either. They both have a lot of bad apples, both of them. But I will say, these politicians are not counting on younger people voting. They're not counting on a bunch of people saying enough is enough, I need to vote. They don't want a lot of voters. They want their voters, and they want enough of their voters, but they don't want everyone to vote. That's the worst case scenario for them. Okay? Okay. Good Lord. Please don't say lies. Republicans have never treated gays better than Democrats. That has never happened. At least in our country. I don't know about other countries, but that's never happened. Republicans have always discriminated heavily against gays. Democrats have used the gays to get votes and used the... Michael Martin's like, I plan to vote 6 times. You're funny. He's kidding, by the way. That's sarcasm. I love him for that. But, yeah. Go out and vote. What they're also not counting on is you running for office. Run for your local school board. Run for council member. Run for state elections. They do not want LGBTQ people to be in any of these offices, because the more representation, and there's a reason why when women were voted into the U.S. House of Representatives for the first time, it was such a big problem for them. They hated it for years. Like, Democrats and Republicans alike, they hated it. And they wouldn't allow them to, put a woman's bathroom in the Capitol for the longest time. That's a thing. Because they wanted them to have as big of an inconvenience as possible to be there and actually vote. So, what I'm saying is, like, they are not counting on the people they discriminate against running for office. And when they do run for office and win, they hate it so much. And so, yeah, most fights are going to go back to the state and local governments. So when you're talking about these things, when you're talking about abortion, gay rights, transgender rights, marriage rights, everything comes back to the state. Everything comes back to the local government. So, just like President Biden should pack the courts right now with Democratic-leaning justices, because if it's going to be political, we might as well make it political, right, in the courts. But if right now he should pack the courts with Democrats, but we should also pack the entire government with minorities. Pack the local governments with LGBTQ people, pack them with African American people, pack them with, with Asian Americans, pack them with, women, pack them with these minorities who need to stand up for ourselves right now. If you're complaining about something being wrong in the country, you need to actually, yes, we need to protest. Yes, we need to go out there and peacefully protest. You're going to see that for days, but eventually the protests are going to die down. Just like with, stopping mass shootings. We have rallies, we have peaceful protest. But our politicians don't listen. They don't care, because they're still funded by the NRA. They don't care about Roe v. Wade, because I'm not the bad guy. I didn't make the decision. No, you're not. Supreme Court did. You made them make the decision. You made them be the bad guy. The truth is, they aren't counting on you running for office. So, if you're tired of politicians not listening to you, not feeling like your voice matters anymore, run. Be the elected official that listens to everyone. Be the elected official who takes your voice and actually does something with it. And be the voice that actually can change things. Be the vote in the U.S. Senate, the House of Representatives. Be the vote in the governor's office, the lieutenant governor's office. Be the voice in the Secretary of State's office to actually make your elections fair. Be the voice in the state, Senate, or House to protect LGBTQ lives and to ban conversion therapy. Be the voice in your office at the school district level to bring LGBTQ education into the school, to make sure that your kids are protected no matter what. Don't let them take these rights away without going down fighting. They've played the long game, and sadly they won. All we can do now, we have a decision to make as a country. When you're in a fight with someone, when you're in war, and you get kicked down, you have the option of staying down and losing and admitting defeat, surrendering, or getting back up on your horse and fighting onward and keep fighting until you win. You have that option right now. We as a country have that option right now. And sadly, I feel like a lot of people might be defeated today. And it's okay to take a day or two and be defeated and to be sad about things. But overall, we have to fight back. We don't have an option here. We cannot just roll over and surrender. This cannot be the end. They've won a lot of battles, but we have to win the war. We need to overturn the overturned Roe v. Wade. We need to make it a law that marriage is the right of LGBTQ people. We need to make it a law that gender-affirming care can be given to kids. We need to make it a law that we're going to provide LGBTQ education in all schools, public and private, that churches cannot be funded by the government. We need to make these things law, that you cannot be arrested for being an LGBTQ person, just for that alone, We cannot make these things just Supreme Court landmark decisions. I'm so fed up with hearing the word landmark decision. It's so fucked up in our system that we wanted to get away from a king in Great Britain. So we decided to make a country of our own that is now, hundreds of years later, controlled by 9 people. And it's kind of a shame that 9 people control everything. The Republicans saw it for years. Corporations saw it for years. And
hey Matt, I'm making you some landmark chicken nuggies.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna put them on a plate. Do you want to catch up?
Yes, please. Okay. Thank you. My wonderful boyfriend making us lunch. And it's not. Anyway. All right. If you keep on saying, well, yes, Trump is racist and sexist on top of being homophobic and transphobic. I want to know why people voted for him other than being a cult leader. Because he was, like, if you believe what he said everything on every side of the market. So he was like, I'm for gay people, but also, like, I'm not for gay people. He said that he's for women, but also grab them by the whatever. Like, anything he said could have canceled him overnight. you know? But yeah, I don't understand why women voted for him. I don't understand why gay people voted for him. I don't understand why trans people voted for him. I don't understand why men voted for him. I don't understand. I don't even understand why. It's so weird to me. It's like the fact that Republicans are mostly middle class and like farmers. Like when you think of a Republican, right? Most people think of like the farmer on the field and waving his gun around. Like when you think of a Republican, now you think of him wearing a red baseball cap, and it's kind of funny in public when you see a red baseball cap from behind. You're just like, okay, I can see your IQ. But it's kind of funny because it's like when you envision a Republican, you start to realize they're middle class workers. They're, oh my god, stop with your bullshit. So anyway, when you think of Republicans, this is what you think of. And so you have to wonder, why are Republicans so much for big business when they're middle class? Like, they have to realize by now that trickle-down economics doesn't work, and giving giant corporations a tax break is not going to give them as a farm owner a tax break, or a small business owner a tax. Like, these tax breaks went to the ultra wealthy, not the small business owner. I'm a small business owner and I didn't get a tax break from these things, so why would I side with that, but on the same side, when you envision a Democrat, you're like, you start to realize they do the same thing, and they pander to their community, and they're like, hey, let's get your vote, and then we don't care about you, because we promised to bring this to your area and get you some help to get out of that situation, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, 4 years later, 6 years later, where's that help? But anyway, yes, because they will absolutely give up their money in order to stick it to the people they hate. That's true. As a country, we've been on the opinion that if you want something done correctly, get off your ass and do it yourself. This isn't the time for us as America to give up that opinion. That is very, very true. I would add to that it's also the what laptop from hell? Oh, okay. Anyway, I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, so I would say there's a reason why politicians have, on both sides, attacked education. Because in my father's generation, they used to learn how to, brutally, they used to learn how to get sources and follow facts, back in his day. All right, I'm not going to let you go off on Hunter Biden shit. Okay, we're not getting into all that. All right? But I will say, back in his day, news used to be reputable. When you read a newspaper, it used to be a situation where you were getting the facts. Yes, there were partisan newspapers, and yeah, you might have taken your sides and stuff like that, and you might have reported the facts, just worded them in a way to be like, oh, a little bit more skewed to your political party. That did happen. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but you still got the facts. And you still had the news be accurate. And we see that. I mean, when you looked at back in the day an education system, our education system taught my father's generation how to actually do research of their own, educate themselves, pick themselves off the bootstraps, and they taught them, in my father's generation, they had home economics courses that were mandatory in all schools. They taught them how to cook, how to clean, how to balance their checkbooks, how to plan for their living expenses, and what's a livable wage, what's a good benefit for a job. They taught them these things in school, in elementary, middle, and high school. By the time you graduated high school, you can pretty well live on your own and be a worker class person, be a middle class worker, okay? In my day, they got rid of all of that. My accounting course was how to be an accountant for a giant corporation. My home economics course didn't exist. It was replaced with another health course that just taught you how to eat healthy, but then never taught you how to budget to eat healthy. And we now have a government that pushes unhealthy food at a cheaper level. Our government is funding, by the way, if you watch a series on Netflix called The G Word from Adam Conover, brilliant show, shows you how the government is actually funding unhealthy food so that it actually is a lower cost in the grocery store than healthy food is. So apples, oranges, bananas, those kind of things are more expensive in a grocery store because they are not subsidized by the government. But the chips and soda is subsidized by the government, so it's cheaper in the grocery store for you to purchase. That's an interesting factoid for you. So yeah, back in the day, it taught you civics, it taught a bunch of different things. That all went away in my generation. Because, why? It was still the Department of Education. Department of Education existed for, years. For I believe like 40, 50 years before my dad's generation. So, like, obviously, we're talking about the same department heading it. But why did it change? Well, it's probably because our politicians wanted us to not be so smart enough to research things on our own. In my day, our English class, my teacher, I'm going to just call her Mrs. P, because I don't know if she's okay with me talking about her online, but Mrs. P made us do reports, and she would actually check over every single one of my sources. She would actually go and find the source that I was citing, and she would make sure that I was taking that quote in the context of the entire article, of the entire book even. Like, she was meticulous over our sources. She was fantastic at that, and she is why I think I credit her a lot on the show, because, I mean, I learned in high school this is how you need to be credible from her, and it's because of her that I went on to go into journalism, and I run a TV show with researchers that help me do that. But that's why I'm so meticulous on the show and making sure that every word I say is combed over through ample reports, through multiple sources that are credible. That's why I'm checking the sources of my writers to make sure that we're getting things 100% accurate. But now we're in a different generation. We're in a different time. Some people of my generation have learned how to cite sources, how to research, but we're losing that as time goes on. And as we lose the value of education in our kids, the less research they do, the less they're educated on how to find credible information, that means they're not going to question our politicians as much. Because you as an educator, or you as a politician, don't want your citizens to question what you're doing. and because it makes your job harder. And so the less they question, the less educated they are, the better for you. And so, yes, over time we have lowered our bar of education in our country to now be the ranked number 13 in education in the world. Our education system is horribly underfunded. So even though they have rules on what kids need to learn, it's horribly underfunded, so it can't live up to those standards. And because of the standardized testing system, you're telling these schools, this is how you're going to be funded. Just teach them what's going to be on the test. You're no longer teaching them living things. You're no longer teaching them how to balance their checkbook, how to budget their household, how to cook for themselves, how to clean their house. You're no longer teaching them anything they need to know, and you're no longer teaching them how to cite their sources and find credible information, because that's not on the standardized test. The standardized test is something that these politicians have created, knowing it doesn't teach them, their citizens, anything they need to know in order to question them as politicians. And so, yes, you now have politicians taking advantage of this, but you also have news stations. Now, your local news station is probably more credible than the national ones. Most local news stations nowadays are owned by giant corporations that own multiple or hundreds of these local news stations. And so they control what these local news stations do. But on a rare occasion, you might find a local news station that is on their own, independent, but even they are controlled to a certain level of I used to work for a news station that was locally owned, but we weren't allowed to cover certain stories because that big corporation that we were going to bust the lid on, well, it turns out they were a sponsor of advertising on our network. So we didn't want to cover them, you know? To a certain extent here at Powered by Rainbows, we have to be careful with what we say on big corporations because, you know, they're the most likely companies to sponsor us come Pride season. We have to be careful, you know? So news is it isn't completely independent, but it's less independent than it used to be. And I will say here that you have the Rachel Maddows who will provide the news but completely frame it in a democratic way, right? But at the very least, after her show, wonderful woman, lesbian by the way, but wonderful woman, at the end of her news show, yes, it is very slow moving, but she does explain things well. She does, I mean, it might go slower than most news shows go, but it's paced in a way that no matter your level of education, you can understand it. And I give her credit for that. But I will say on her show, it is framed in a democratic way. The Democrats are always pretty much right in her eyes on her show. But then you move over to Fox News. Fox News has Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson isn't news. Even though on the bottom of his screen he says Fox News Network, right? He's an opinion writer. He's an opinion host of theirs. So nothing he says is factual. He doesn't have to remain factual because he's not a reporter. He's an opinion host, according to them. And so Fox News decided not to cover the January 6th insurrection committee at all. And then they realized, hey, if we're not covering this, people might turn over and watch some other news network that is. So they decided to go without any sponsors or advertising at all, just so their viewers wouldn't look away and see how bad Trump really was. And then Tucker Carlson, a day later, comes on and starts talking about how horrible the insurrection is of Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert's TV show producers came in with a puppet into the Capitol, and not even into the Capitol building, to interview a couple representatives. And Tucker Carlson framed him and his puppet coming in to interview representatives. And Tucker Carlson framed that as an insurrection, the worst of its kind. And it's like, his viewers now think that Stephen Colbert started an insurrection and Donald Trump was his hero. Like, what? We are getting so far away from what facts are as a country. I don't know if there's help for that. Like, on the show, I can provide all the sources in the world in my description of every episode. When we did an episode on, like, how being gay is not a sin in the eyes of any major religion of the world, I provided lots of sources in the description of that episode. More sources than I would normally provide. They were all credible sources, by the way, which we have to do. You'll see in next week's documentary, we spend weeks and weeks, if not months, researching every single video that we put out with the best research team in the world. And yet we are still called out in the comments, and people say that we're lying, or that we're, that we're just trying to groom children. It's like, come on. We're providing facts. Just because your previously held opinions and your horrible education as a child doesn't agree with facts and evidence doesn't mean our facts are wrong. And people now think that their opinion is fact because Tucker Carlson told them that opinions are facts. Donald Trump told them that their opinions are facts. And thank you so much, honey bun.
You're welcome.
So that's the country we are living in now. That facts are no longer facts. Opinions are facts. And if you are a credible resource like Powered by Rainbows, you get accused constantly of grooming children. Even though all we're doing is providing an education. So do we incentivize critical thought for people who are older or no longer in school? We could incentivize that, or we could just teach our next generation how to have critical thought. I took an ethics course in college, and it's weird because it was a course that really, I went through the entire semester, and I thought to myself at the very end of that semester when I passed the course, he had a research paper. At the very end, you had to, for your final exam, we had to write an essay of how we changed how we critically thought about things in life during his course. And he goes, I don't care if you didn't think differently over these 6 months. He goes, I really don't care if you started this course and ended the course with the same mentality. There is nothing I'm going to do to change that in this ethics course. But if you did change how you thought about things in the world, write it down. Tell me how you changed how you think about things after these 6 months. And it was a fun assignment because he said to us, he's like, even if you didn't change how you think at all and you still think the same way as you did before, write that instead. But we had to write something no matter what. But he goes, I don't mind if you didn't change anything you thought, but let us know. And in my final report, I started to realize that I critically thought about a lot of things differently. And I didn't just see the news and automatically believe it. I no longer looked at a situation and saw it on the surface as only that value. I now looked at it as what else is going on? Like this Roe v. Wade thing, it's so easy to look at this and go, oh my God, they just stopped abortion. And you either fell on one or two sides of that, you know? You were either pro-life or pro-choice. That was it. And it's so easy to look at Roe v. Wade and fall on your partisan lines. But I've now critically learned that I need to look at things and go, what else is that Roe v. Wade thing? What else does this mean? How much does this affect? Is it only about abortion? Did the Republicans really spend hundreds of billions of dollars over 50 years over abortion? Or is there something bigger happening here? And I think that course is the reason why over the past 3-4 weeks now with my team, and thanks to Mike Johnson who pointed it out, I think that's the reason I believed Mike Johnson, and a reason why I decided to take his suggestion and talk to some attorneys, talk to some people who really know their stuff. I think that course in college allowed me to critically think on these things and ask questions. Never just take something at face value. And I think in my final report on that course, I remember writing near the end how I was shocked this kind of course didn't exist in like middle school, when you started to really think for yourself as a person, and you started to, because when you're a kid you have to believe everyone around you, you have to grow up somehow, but when you're in middle school, I think that's when you start to think for yourself and have a real opinion on your own. And that, above all other times in your life, is when you have to learn to critically ask questions and critically think. And I think that's when we need that sort of course in our elementary, in our middle schools, to help these kids realize, like, now that you're developing an opinion of your own, now more than ever is it important for you to learn how to research things on your own, how to ask questions, and never just take something at face value. How do we incentivize that thought for people? We bring that sort of critical thinking course into a middle school. That's how we do it. Anderson Cooper's like freaking amazing. So like, maybe y'all don't like him just because Republicans don't like gay people, but Anderson Cooper tends to stick with the facts. Is it possible to undo all the brainwashing Trump has done to his followers, or are they too far gone to be reasoned with? Way too far gone. We've encountered so many Trump supporters in our comments. We've encountered so many Trump supporters in real life. It is a way of life for them now. Like, these are the people who will, to their dying breath, go, don't make being gay your entire lifestyle, and don't, like, fly your rainbow flag out in the open, and, you know, yada yada. And then they'll put their Trump 2020 flag out and be like, no, he won the election. Like, no, he didn't. Like, calm the hell down. And my God, I think they are too far gone. It's sad. But that's what you get when you don't teach people how to critically think for themselves. It is extremely sad to realize, like, certain people... Well, it's sad to realize certain people like that have the same voting power I do. For instance, our neighbors just had a conversation the other day. Okay. I'm going to put you in timeout. All right. Trump loves his country and he won't betray America. He literally committed treason, okay? The guy incited an insurrection, tried to overthrow the government, tried to hang his own vice president, said to all of his team members that his own vice president should be murdered. He tried to commit treason on a country that he was the president of. Yes, he has betrayed our country. Oh my God. How far gone do you have to be to think that he is a good guy? Anyway, so our neighbors were having this conversation the other day of how they think that the January 6th insurrection was caused by Obama and Hillary Clinton. Two people who were not in any political office when the insurrection happened, had no stake in the game, and even if they did have a stake in the game, they would have supported Joe Biden taking over. So why would they try to stop Joe Biden from taking over? Why would Obama stop his own former vice president from becoming president? Like, I don't understand that. Like, I think we are too far gone for some people. I think certain people are so far gone and don't have enough education to think for themselves. That they'll believe any lie and come up with their own lies. But anyway, I think there's enough on today's live stream. I'm sorry for depressing y'all, but this literally just happened. Roe v. Wade is the worst possible thing that could have happened today. And our Supreme Court justices, who are very partisan, have made a giant enemy in the American public. They know it, and they are absolute cowards because they chose to only publish this information right before they go on vacation, with barricades outside that are 8 foot high, with the Secret Service and National Guard protecting them. They're only able to do this because they had protection. Eventually, that protection is going to stop. And I don't know if I want to see the consequences. And they have the audacity to, already be talking about overturning marriage equality. They're already talking about that. Like, it's not even, it's literally like 4.5 hours since they made this published. And they're already talking about overturning marriage equality. And they have the audacity to go on the news, and they are complaining about how people have graffitied and protested outside of their personal homes. You know what? That's going to happen a lot more. I like, if they want to complain about people protesting outside of their homes, they should never have run for office. They should never have accepted that position at Supreme Court level. They know they're a public employee. They know they are a public figure. There's no excuse. If you want to control hundreds of millions of people's lives and have that kind of power in your pen as a Supreme Court justice, don't sit there and complain when people don't like your decisions. Don't. It's horrendous. Like, people are going to protest, and you know what? These Supreme Court justices this past week have just undone the entire Constitution that they were sworn to protect by allowing churches to be funded by the United States government. They just handed up a whole bunch of people a gun and said, you know what, you have the right to own an AR-15. And they're asking for a civil war. And if they want to rip up the Constitution by doing what they just done this week, at least stand by the whole thing of like, well, people have a right to protest. They don't like that fact, but maybe read the Constitution before you go and try to protect it as a Supreme Court justice, because you'll learn that people have the right to assemble peacefully. So don't complain about people assembling peacefully. Anyway, as always, thank you so much to all of the people on this stream, and thank you to our Super Chat donors for their amazing contributions today, and thank you to all of our channel members who support what we do here at Powered by Rainbows and providing weekly LGBTQ education. Check us back here every single Friday at 9 a.m. for brand new episodes and special live streams every so often. Thank you so much for joining us, and if you want to support what we do and get some awesome Pride merch this Pride season, go to pbrmerchstore.com. Check it out right now. We have brand new merchandise available that is only going to be available for a little bit here, so check it out now. And if you become an LGBTQ All-Star member of our channel, you get exclusive huge discounts on all of that merchandise. Plus, check out our brand new books on Amazon, LGBTQ Friendly Classroom to bring LGBTQ education to your schools. And check out our book, Shadows First Christmas, to help children and your entire family understand how normal and perfectly fine it is to be LGBTQ. So thank you so much for watching. Have a gay day, everyone. I am, of course, your host, Professor Pride, and bye for now. Man, this was a long stream.